These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing as sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the caves bring back the heartache. Know how I miss the wine from the hills. Bonfires lit, pour me a drink, love. Let's dream away. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing as sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the caves bring back the heartache. I know how I miss the wine from the hills. Bonfires lit, pour me a drink, love. Let's dream away. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you.
Dear colleagues, my name is Aleksandra Berberich-Slana and I am a Slovenian Museums Association president. I welcome you to Maribor, second largest city in Slovenia, at the third part of the international conference Museums and Social Responsibility, organized by Slovenian Museums Association, in cooperation with network of European Museums Associations and the Directorate General for Cultural Heritage at the Portuguese Ministry of Culture. Although we hoped we will be able to meet live at our beautiful city, COVID-19 pandemics changed our world and our plans. But it is important to keep positive, since online conference made it possible for people from all over the world to be a part of this conference. Speakers come from United States of America, Canada, Australia, Austria, Germany, Portugal, Spain, Croatia, Slovenia, and those who follow us come from different parts of the world as well. This is the third and the final in a series of conferences that have been organized by Germany, Portugal, and Slovenia within their presidency of the European Council. Their shared theme was Museums and Social Responsibility. The first conference was organized by NEMO on 17th and 18th of September 2020. The second one was held in Portugal on 23rd and 24th of March 2021. The conference organized by Slovenian Museums Association is based on the belief that almost all our problems originate in social issues. To understand the deterioration of the world around us, it is crucial to have a thorough knowledge of issues of contemporary society. Various conflicts, gender, race, economy, ethnicity, religion, and culture are also the foundations of environmental deterioration. The future of society in museums depends on acknowledging these issues and seeking solutions. Thus, our speakers will address a number of topics and discuss social ecology, ecological aware museums, the use of technology in museums, and the changes brought to this world. The international museum community will be pondering its relations with a changing society and its role in the changing world, the role of museums in solving ecological issues, and the role of technology in museums that are really willing and ready to change the world around them, from activism to education. In this ever-changing world, it is important for us to learn from each other, share knowledge and good practices. Standing together is more important now than ever in our history. But the time for just learning from the past is over now. We have to embrace the world around us and work on making it a better place. Museums are not just cabinets of curiosities anymore. They are active participants in changing the future. Who would have known that doctors are going to prescribe visiting museums as a part of dealing with COVID stress? We are important. We can achieve great changes together. We just have to believe it and claim our rightful place in a modern world. This means, of course, hard work and demands huge changes in what we do. 2 days ahead of us are going to be dedicated to the future of museums. We will ask many questions, and with the help of our speakers and participants, we will try to find some answers. We encourage you to reach to your colleagues around the world and connect, work together, and make changes. At the end, I would like to thank David Guillaume and Julia Pagel, as well as everyone else working at the network of European Museum Associations. Clara Camacho from the Portuguese Ministry of Culture, members of the Slovenian Museum Association for their help, ICOM Slovenia and ICOM Southeastern Europe for their support, Semantica Company for your help, as well as the Municipality of Maribor, the city that would like to welcome you in different times. Since you could not join us here, these 2 days will be full of short movies presenting the beauty of our city and our country, as well as the wealth of cultural and natural heritage. We hope we will encourage you to visit us in the future, and when you do, feel free to contact us. We are always happy to meet new friends. Without further ado, I would like to invite the Deputy Mayor of the Municipality of Maribor, Mrs. Alenka Iskra, to say a few welcoming and encouraging words.
Dear panelists, dear participants, dear Dr. Alexander Berberich-Slana, thank you for inviting me to speak on behalf of Municipality of Maribor, Slovenia. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to our city, even though many of you are only virtually present. We are proud that one of our important museums, National Liberation Museum, Maribor, is hosting this conference. The issues you will address today are extremely important. We are used to saying that we learn from history. At this moment in which we live, this idea is perhaps more important than ever. Humanity seems desperate for answers to so many questions right now. Although we are surrounded by a wealth of information, we seem to have a hard time discerning what is relevant and what, on the other hand, is keeping us from moving forward. I hope we pause for a moment and once again turn to history for answers. We are counting on you, the keepers of our history, to help us find the right path. To get out of the current crisis, of course, but also because we too are making history and setting an example for future generations. And that is a great responsibility we are taking on. I hope you have an interesting and very productive discussion. And of course, I hope to one day to welcome you in our charming city. Maribor is home of the oldest wine in the world and to many historical sites, gastronomical delights, and natural beauty. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Deputy Mayor Alenka Iskra. Now let's go to ICOM Southeastern Europe that helped us with their support, and that is why their president, Alenka Černelić-Krošelj, is here with us today and will greet you. Welcome, Alenka.
Thank you, Alexandra. And again, dear Alexandra Berberich-Slana, our host, honorable this Deputy Mayor of this great city, Maribor, Mrs. Alenka Iskra, dear co-speakers and colleagues. I'm honored to represent one of the co-organizers or supporters and to have an opportunity to be a part of this great conference. We all agree that cooperation, co-working and good networking are essential for developing the society that we want and would like to live in. So this conference doesn't have just great and inspiring title, but also great and inspiring speakers, and I believe also participants that we greet and meet only virtually. So I'm saying hi to all, as I was told, more than 700 participants. Welcome. I was really excited to meet the colleagues, to debate, to have a great time working and getting to know you all. We all know that formal and informal socializing is very important and that ideas are exchanged more successfully in person. But as we all know, we have to adopt, and we adopted and changed our focus from face-to-face to online activities, and we were innovative, inventive, and successful in this pandemic and after pandemic, we hope, challenging times. I'm honored to represent Regional Alliance ICOM Southeast Europe that was established in 2005, at first as a working group of ICOM Europe. In 2008, the ICOM Executive Council granted ICOM-C the status of an ICOM Regional Alliance. The initiative was endorsed by a long-term regional project on the topic of revitalization of cultural and natural heritage in Southeast Europe. This project represented a platform for the foundation of an ICOMC alliance and was essentially important for its development and for all further actions, like training, education, events, conferences, meetings, workshops that took place in the year that follows. We always cooperated with different international, national, regional, and local institutions, so we are very happy to be also part of this conference, and thank you again. In 2020, we celebrated 15 years of good and still challenging collaboration in this region that follows adopted mission. Led by ICOM core values and strategic guidance, ICOMC from its very beginning has been exploring new strategies of revitalization of heritage in the region of Southeast Europe with the aim of improving conditions in museums. The concept of integrated care has been implemented and applied when both cultural or natural heritage was in question. So ICOMC favors the approach of care for the cultural heritage in museums and its natural environment alike. So we cooperate in 11 states with national committees: Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Greece, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Romania, Serbia and Slovenia. So the main objects and topics emphasized in this conference are related to us all and also to ICOMC objectives and of course to whole and diverse museum community and society in general. Social responsibility is part of museums' present and future, even more when we ask ourselves what comes next. What are our responsibilities in world's recovery after pandemic and achieving sustainable development goals 2030? With many experts and other ICOM national and international committees, we discuss very vividly and very strongly museum definition, ethics, we develop tools for leadership, and ICOMC is also partner in several projects like Red List, and one of the most important, the initiative for adopting 17th of October as International Day of Intangible Cultural Heritage. We are also preparing for 26th General Conference in Prague next year, 2022, and the theme is the power of museums. So it is very important that also different, maybe smaller regions are strong and incorporated in different networks. So again, I'm grateful to be part of the conference, and I'm looking forward to hear the presentations and to participate in this great community that is being together for these 2 days. So to conclude, I'm sure that these 2 days will give us new ideas and, more important, the strength for the future. And what comes next? For these 2 days, great virtual professional party with excellent colleagues. Enjoy.
Thank you, Alenka. Alenka is my colleague from another part of Slovenia. Slovenia is, although a small country, only 2 million participants. And I have to thank Alenka as well, since you cannot be with us, that you understand what our country is all about. Besides cultural heritage, we also mentioned natural heritage. And since Maribor is the home of the oldest vine in the world, and it's as such written in the Guinness Book of Records, she also took care of bringing some grapes to the studio. So thank you for everything. Thank you. Slovenian Museums Association, which represents 71 Slovenian museums and galleries, is a proud member of network of European museum associations. And that is why I'm very happy and proud to tell that joining us today is the president of NIMO, David Vijom. Sorry, David, if I am pronouncing your surname wrong. It's a very difficult one, but the floor is yours, and welcome to Slovenia.
Thank you, Alexandra. No problem for my surname. You can do it very well. Also, thank you, Alexandra, for the invitation of this on this great hybrid stage. Because we are opening the last conference of a series of 3, I'd like to emphasize the fruitful collaboration during 2 years among national networks in a European context. It is the first time indeed since the Maastricht Treaty have been signed, which is the base of transnational exchange of all levels, that 3 museum networks coordinate a project over 3 presidencies. 2 years ago, when the Slovenian Museum Association, the Portuguese General Direction for Cultural Heritage, the German Museum Association, and the network of European museum organizations decided to organize together a series of conferences, our main motivation was a political motivation. We wanted to correct the fact that museums were not fully acknowledged as and supported in their role as social agents. For such a major challenge, we needed more than just one conference. And today we can say that the integration of our conference series in the official event programs of the 3 EU presidencies is a sign, is a proof that we could advance this cause. At the beginning of the project, it was not given. It was not given that we would get a political support for discussing about the connection between social question and cultural institution. It was not given as well that we would be able to work together during 2 years. I mean, 4 different museum networks, different organized from all over Europe was not easy. The fact is we have coordinated the organization and communication of these events with an optimal balance between autonomy and common line. So that is like Europe should be. It was not given also that we would be willing to learn from each other. The fact is that every conference was the working basis for the next one, related to the content. The open question at the end of one conference have been always taken to the next one. And related to the organization also. Every conference is well organized, but the next one is always better than the last one. So because we have openly exchanged about what was good and what was perfectible. So this conference from Maribor will be absolutely perfect. Thank you, Alexandra, for the organization, for the perfect organization. And last but not least, it was not given that we would be able to attract audience. We counted between 700 and 1,000 participants for each conference. That is a huge success, and I'd like to thank you, dear participants, for your interest and your active participation. I'm very happy that you are here. We will meet again tomorrow afternoon for the closure of the event, and in the meantime, we are inviting all of us to rethink the museums for the future regarding to its social dimension. I'm really eager to get these visionary thoughts. So thank you again to the Slovenian partners and have a good conference.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you for everything NEMO and German Museum Association did in order to help us and in order to organize and in a way made these conferences happen. As you said, there are a lot of people joining us today and tomorrow, more than 700, and I have to say that you come from India, Australia, and United States of America, Canada, and Europe, of course, and I'm so happy to have you with us in our country, in a way. Directorate General for Cultural Heritage at the Portuguese Ministry of Culture was also a very important part of this joint project. That is why we are proud to have Rita Geronimo, Deputy Director of the Directorate, with us today. Welcome.
Can you hear me? No?
Now
okay.
we can hear you, thank you.
Okay, good morning, sorry. With the Slovenian conference, we complete the third part of this cycle of conference organized by NIMO and the Directorate General of Culture Heritage of the Ministry of Culture of Portugal and the Slovenian Association of Museums within the scope of the presidency trio. If the German conference intended to answer questions related to the values that are in the art of museums, the Portuguese conference moved on two main questions in addressing the relationship between museums and social responsibility. How do we do, and how to evaluate what we do. To help answer these questions, three aggregating themes were chosen: participation, networks, and partnerships. In the Portuguese conference, the speakers explored and shared experience and forms of participation, namely in mediation and access. A key place was given to the role of cultural democracy in participation, participatory involvement of various agents in the field within which museums establish fruitful and collaborative dialogues. I am happy that this is a key issue in the Slovenian conference as well. The belief that new metrics and indicators for evaluating the action of cultural institutions are needed brought together academics and museologists in which different theoretical fields, visions, and practice were confronted to envision new models of evaluation. The theme of museums and social responsibility was addressed from the perspective of preparing the post-pandemic future. Different scenarios for the future were considered, especially in the context of economic crisis or a redefinition of the community. The ongoing debate is marked by social issues, as said, gender, post-colonial perspectives, and climate change. In this context, the digital future of museums was also discussed in contexts where the economic conception of the world and the questions of the functions of museums is always present. With regard to the specific theme of the Portuguese conference, the participation, networks, and partnerships, as I said, it was emphasized the capacity of experimentation and the creation of new collaborative ways in which museums and cultural institutions can increase their capacity to contribute directly to the construction of a more sustainable and promising world. I would like to express the will that our debate and reflections feeds the formation and implementation of public policies of museums at the national and European level, policies that support and encourage the fulfillment of the social responsibility of museums in a holistic and articulated perspective that looks as a whole at the impact of museums in different areas of society, contributing to well-being, education, economic health, solidarity, and social justice. Finally, in Portugal, we are very committed to deepen the issues arising from the social responsibility of museums, namely through research programs, training and actions for professionals, partnerships, and networking in order to explore and deepen the social impact of museums. I wish a fruitful conference for everyone. Thank you very much, Alessandra.
Thank you, and it was an honor to cooperate with you on this project. As I said, the Portuguese conference was great, very interesting. We've learned a lot, and I hope it's going to be the same throughout this conference in Slovenia. And I hope that we will be able to cooperate with your ministry, your directorate, and with German Museum Association, as well as NEMO in the future. Now we have our last guest of this morning, Mrs. Jerneja Juk-Jerše, Head of European Commission Representation in Slovenia, and she is joining us from Ljubljana because, of course, she is very busy. We are proud to have such an important figure in our international politics in our company today. Mrs. Jerneja Juk-Jerše.
Dear participants, first, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I really believe that this is an extremely important conference. The museums, for me, are something that you visit whenever you go to a different country, to a different town as a tourism. We are maybe not visiting them as much as we should at home, but they're an important reflection of the past, a mirror of the societies. Nowadays, they reflect our values, but they also reflect the future. And when we are talking about the future, we just cannot not mention the green. In Europe, we have the Green Deal, but the green has to be the future if we want to survive. And talking about the survival, we need to remember what happened just over a year ago. The corona crisis, the COVID crisis, has hit us hard, and it has hit hard especially the creative and cultural sectors, including the museums. Looking at the numbers of last year, we can see that in more touristic places, museums have lost 75 to 80% of the income. This is a lot. This is why we have to help museums with the recovery. The recovery has to be sustainable. It has to lead to a higher resilience of our societies, but it also has to contribute to the European way of life. At the EU, at the European Commission, we are aware of the need to help the society and the creative and cultural sectors. And we are also putting our money where our mouth is, which means helping financially. In the next multi-annual financial program, so covering the years 2021 to 2027, a lot of more money is being put aside for creative and cultural industries. As an example, 2.5 billion will go to Creative Europe, 2 billion will go to Horizon Europe, and there are also other programs such as Erasmus+, Digital Europe, European Social Fund Plus, European Regional Development Fund, Interreg. There are many. So the possibilities are there. We just have to seize them. How to best seize these opportunities, possibilities, is probably by brainstorming with the like-minded, with the specialists, and this is what I see that this conference can bring. So I wish you a very successful brainstorming, and I wish you a very nice conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yernea Juk-Irshe. We all know that the world is full of wonders and full of beauties, but we as Slovenians are very proud of our country and our city. We are going to take you on a very short tour of Maribor, the second largest city in Slovenia, and then Alenka Černelič-Krošelj is going to take over with the panel, The Green Power of Museums. See you in a short time.
So, hello again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the participants from all over the world. I'm saying hello from the studio in Maribor, our host town that you saw the beauties of the Maribor and also the surrounding through the video, and we all hope that you will visit us very soon. And now we are continuing with our conference with the first panel dedicated to the green power of museums. And I'm really glad that I can welcome first my two colleagues from Ljubljana, Nataša Nemeček and Eva Menard. They are both coming from National Museum of Slovenia, the museum that celebrates with all museum community in Slovenia 200 years from the first establishment of the first museum in the Republic of Slovenia. So this is a huge and very important celebration this year, and I think that the most important event is still coming because 15th of October is the birthday of professional museums in Slovenia. So welcome both, and we are just eager to hear your presentation dedicated to the question, can conservation restoration be green? But first, just a little bit about both participants, both panelists. Nataša Nemeček is a conservator restorer in the National Museum in Slovenia. She explores different topics regarding restoration, conservation with different materials, and most important maybe also with the history of museum object conservation in Slovenia. And Eva Menard is the head of the Department for Conservation and Restoration in National Museum, and they are both very active in our different societies that connects conservation and restoration. This is Slovene Society for Conservation and Restoration, and also the Slovene Museum Association Conservation and Restoration section. So we are really honored that you are here, and now really eager to hear what is your prediction. Can this conservation also be green? I believe so, yes? Welcome.
Alenka, thank you very much for your nice presentation. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. So my name is Nataša Nemeček, and I am a senior conservator restorer from the National Museum of Slovenia. And together with my colleague and co-worker Eva Menard, we will present lecture on can conservation restoration be green? But first, I would like also to thank Slovenian Museum Association for giving us the word also to conservation restoration professionals. So let's continue. Conservator restorer, the definition of the profession. Sorry, okay, it's not working. Oops. Okay, it's working. Conservator restorer, the definition of the profession. The aim of the conservation restoration discipline is to preserve the past for the future. And the conservator restorer profession is relatively young. The turning point for the affirmation of our profession in the museum field was the ICOMCC conference in Copenhagen in 1984. So with the document Conservator Restorer, definition of the profession of conservator restorer was finally equated with other disciplines working in the field of cultural heritage. Namely, the definition also contains ethical principles, as it emphasizes the scientific methodology in the conservation restoration treatment of the objects, like source research, analysis, interpretation, and synthesis. It also advocates an inseparable link between manual skills and theoretical knowledge. And in order to anticipate all the consequences of interventions on the subject, and which is very important, an interdisciplinary link with humanities, natural sciences, and technical disciplines. So the goal, therefore, is a broadly educated individual In doing so, he must take into account some basic ethical concepts like the principle of reversibility, the principle of minimal intervention, the true nature of the object. Also on the right side, you can see some pictures of conservation restoration procedures. And the first is very complex conservation of hollow glass, and below cleaning impurities from the painted ceramic plate. Evolution of the profession. Throughout the relatively short history, the profession went through different phases. Until the beginning of the 20th century, conservation utilized natural materials of low toxicity, like natural varnishes like damar, shellac, and linseed oil, and other different materials. Instead of these natural materials, in the middle of the last century, an extraordinary trust in science and technology was established, which created stable and easily removable, reversible polymers. This was so-called period of scientific approach in conservation restoration. Despite the popularity of the concept of reversibility in the 1970s, reversible is soluble, it is removable. Hanna Jedrzejewska, Polish conservator, notes in 1976 article that none of what conservator restorers do is reversible. Cleaning paintings, paper, textiles, excavation of archaeological objects, and their cleaning and consolidation. So in the 1980s, the realization that reversibility did not exist in practice thus matured, and this concept began to disappear from restoration theory. From it, more realistically achievable ethical approaches have developed, such as the use of stable and removable materials, minimal intervention, and the possibility of reintervention. So, the principle of the minimal intervention experienced a renaissance in 1980s, also due to decline of the concept of reversibility. But due to ecological disasters like Chernobyl, we all know about that, the public lost faith in science and technology. And new ecological ideas and green policies have grown out of this mistrust. In such a social atmosphere, the concept of minimal intervention, even with minimal use of chemicals, was generally accepted in conservation restoration practice. As Alenka also noted, the National Museum in this year celebrates 200 years since his establishment. So also we can, in our collections, there are a lot of objects which were previously restored. And on the right side, you can see two examples of previous restorations. So first, it is prehistoric situla, which was conserved in 1960s with so-called polymer materials. They use polyester. And below, it is a situla which was conserved in 1990s. But this is a new method. It's more ethical method because there is an inner frame. And on this frame, you can fix original pieces. And this procedure is reversible instead of restoration, which was done in 1960s. Okay, what is the possible future of the basic ethical principles in the profession? I think this could be a principle of sustainability. One of the principles we should take into account in the recent years is the principle of sustainability. But a word sustainable still has an air of mystery to it. So how exactly does this concept apply to conservation? In order to preserve the object, conservators use toxic materials, produce waste, and demand climate conditions for museums. which require relatively high energy consumption. So the field is really quite unsustainable. So what are the possible solutions for sustainability in conservation restoration? So since 2016, SAC, a multi-platform social media network was established, which inspires conservators to be more creative in finding environmentally responsible solutions to conservation problems. And also to find ways to be sustainable in everyday practice. So various programs and platforms from SAC facilitate this evolution, and the members-only forum allows conservators to access reliable information and provide a safe place to questions and begin discussion. So the first solution is actually the use of green solvents. And one example of green solvents is aqueous cleaning system with the use of detergents and surfactants. Recently, nanostructured fluids and microemulsions were proposed as versatile cleaning system with a low environmental impact and toxicity. But it is now mandatory to inform and educate restorers on their use preparation. And in this sense, a close collaboration between conservator restorers, companies, and researchers is therefore fundamental. So the second step could be the use of gels and emulsions. And the revolution of gels in conservation restoration began in 1990s with American chemist Richard Wolbers. The gels have been widely used from restorers around the world. Development and improvement of gels for cultural heritage seems to be a promising research field, and nowadays many research teams are carrying forward the pending issues of compatibility, selectivity, retention. And the third, recycling program, use of biodegradable gloves or using recycling. So the program by Kimberly-Clark Professional collects their brand of used nitrate gloves and apparel for turning them into eco-responsible consumer goods. So why this is a good thing? Because it is an achievable step in making your organization more sustainable, less waste, use natural gloves and apparel, get a new life like flower pots, patio furniture, and plastic shelving. And there are also some tips and tricks, and one is very interesting. This is hugely valuable, which uses ionized water to clean the acres of display glass inside the museum. This completely eliminates the need for chemical cleaners, which not only lessen environmental impact, but also improves air quality for visitors. So on your right side, you can see a lot of used nitrile gloves. And this is the recycling program of Kimberly-Clark Professional. What about the larger picture? Steps toward the green museums, environmental sustainability. So Sarah Sutton, one of the co-authors of the Green Museum, a primer on environmental practice, suggests 4 important preliminary steps any institution can take right away. The first step is to determine your institution annual carbon footprint. Very interesting solution for this is maybe the Prado Museum in Madrid, which uses the simple solution with more sustainable LED lighting. And this cuts annual energy of 75% and also cuts its emissions by 320 tons of carbon dioxide each year. Arrange for energy audit from your utility. This report will explain issues like air conditioning leakage, energy overusage, and inefficient equipment. Of course, third step, stop promoting single-use plastics. And the fourth step is talk about sustainability and climate change. By talking about these topics, we become more comfortable with them. And this makes it easier to work together in changing our behavior and finding solutions to these problems. Because museums are institutions of education, and with the topic is important to the global community as climate change, it's important to make it their mission to raise awareness and inform the public. So very interesting pictures on the right side. This was made by Prado Museum in 2019 when Madrid hosted UN Climate Change Conference. This is actually painting of Francisco Goya, the parasol, and the second painting is very interesting because climate changes are creating the climate refuges, and this is, I mean, very interesting point of Prado Museum. So this is the end of my presentation, and I'm giving the word to my colleague, Eva Menard. She will speak about preventive conservation.
Thank you, Natasha. Hello, everyone. My name is Eva Menard, and in the National Museum of Slovenia, I'm working as a chemist. But I'm, as mentioned previously, I'm a part of the conservation department, of course. So preventive conservation. Traditionally, preventive conservation guidelines are very strict and they're generally applied universally, which means that they're applied in the same way throughout the world, which disregards completely different environments and different climatic regions, which is generally quite an ungreen approach, considering that museums, for example, in Scandinavia and museums in the Caribbean are built in completely different conditions, and it's very difficult to expect of all of them to follow the same guidelines or the same rules. So this is why in the past decades, there's been a push for more sustainable preventive measures, which also take into account specific climate conditions. And the reasons for this are that the collections in specific regions of the world are already acclimated to the environment that they're built in, so they don't necessarily strictly require the same conditions everywhere in the world. And even more importantly, air conditioning, mainly heating or cooling the air, is a very power-hungry operation, and it doesn't necessarily provide better conditions compared to seasonal drifts, if the seasonal drifts in temperature result in the same average temperature. So this is just something to think about. Fluctuations in humidity and temperature have always been a bit of a controversial topic in conservation. And some older rules and guidelines like BS 5454 are very strict in terms of the fluctuations that are allowed or recommended. Maybe just to mention quickly, the BS 5454, it's titled Recommendations for the Storage and Exhibition of Archival Documents, which means that it was basically originally intended for archival collections, but it's been used and applied quite widely in the field. And yes, basically it prescribes the temperature between 16 and 90 degrees, with very little fluctuation, and humidity levels between 45 and 60 with a maximum of 5% fluctuation, which is very, very strict. And for example, a temperature between 16 and 19, as you can all imagine, is completely unachievable in some warmer regions of the world without massive investments in resources, power, money, all of that. In the past decade, because of that, because this was kind of seen as unrealistic and completely unsustainable, there's been new publications, new standards published. One such is PAS 198/2012, which is significantly more lenient, and it also allows seasonal drift and larger fluctuations in humidity, which means that basically things are slowly changing. Another thing that is quite important in preventive conservation is air pollution. In that sense, BS 5454 is even more realistic because it suggests that the air in a museum or in a collection should be completely free of all pollution and all dust and completely clean and all of that, which of course is entirely impossible. But even though it's impossible, it would these kind of recommendations would encourage institutions to invest a lot of resources in very, very efficient air filtration, trying to get towards zero pollution in air. And this amount of air filtration is not always needed because not all materials are equally damaged by pollution, and also air filtration isn't necessary in all different environments. Of course, it might make sense in very polluted environments, but in very clean environments, it doesn't really do much good other than waste a lot of resources. Also in that sense, the PAS standard is moving towards more sustainable solutions because it says that pollutant damage depends on exposure time and the concentration of pollutants and all of that. And basically what the PAS standard is trying to do is giving the specific institutions the power to set their own environmental specifications in line with their specific collection and the expected lifetimes of their specific collections. But what should be noted here is that in order to do that, museums would require an expert in preventive conservation, which not necessarily all museums have. In terms of recommendations and standards, it's very important to note that different materials respond very differently to the environment and to the variations within it. Two such examples are here in the images. In the bottom, you can see some marquetry furniture, which of course is much more sensitive to large fluctuations in relative humidity compared to, for example, a ceramic collection, which is mainly unaffected by humidity at all or fluctuations within it. And similarly, air pollution effects are very different on different materials. So what this means is that basically not the entire museum building doesn't need to be adhered to the same standards, or not all of the environment needs to be strictly controlled to very steady humidity levels or temperature or specific temperatures or very clean air. Which kind of suggests that perhaps resources could be allocated to just the most vulnerable materials. So perhaps all humidity or fluctuation sensitive materials could be kept in one room, and that one room could be more strictly controlled compared to the rest of the museum, which could be maybe more relaxed or with a bit more variation. So the takeaway from the preventive conservation part is basically that there is definitely room for improvement in terms of sustainability and greener conservation, but most of it can't be done by just the conservators themselves. Sustainability or the push towards greener museums always needs to be an institutional effort. And the ways in which that could be done, Natasha already mentioned a few. Maybe to just add on to that, one possibility is recycling used adsorbent materials, which are used for adjusting humidity in display cases or in such smaller spaces. And by recycling, I mean reconditioning and reuse of the same adsorbents. And this lovely image on the right illustrates boxes of adsorbent materials that are waiting outside of my office to be reused, reconditioned, reused. But what is required here is staff time. And staff time is always an issue we find in museums or in conservation departments. So if we had time to do that, we would of course do it. But for now, I'm still waiting to find some time to be able to repurpose all of these materials. Other things are, of course, to keep in mind energy efficiency when building new buildings or renovating older ones. Also, allowing seasonal drifts in temperature is a potential way forward, especially in some spaces in which human comfort isn't that important. For example, if we have a storage space in which people very rarely go in, if it's empty of people, I mean, most of the time, then we could allow slightly lower temperature in the winter and higher temperatures in the summer, and the average temperature would still stay the same as it would be if we just kept the temperature at 19 degrees all year round. And another way forward is possibly only enforcing the strict control in specific rooms where the most sensitive materials are kept. Now just a few more words about greener conservation treatments. As already Natasha mentioned, a few ways in which this could be achieved. And there's of course a lot of research already going on or already finished with the same to find better, less toxic or greener treatments. But it would be worth noting that conservators generally have a few reservations when it comes to this. One of the most important reservations is the longevity of these new treatments. So it would be very useful to include this aspect in new research when seeking these new treatments, because for the treatments that we generally use in conservation laboratories right now are treatments that have been tested and tested over and over again, and we know exactly how they behave in 10 or 20 years time, whereas for new ones we don't. So we're kind of skeptical on whether we should apply them, because if you know you might have to retreat an object every couple of years, that's entirely unfeasible and impossible to do. So maybe just to keep in mind in future research to maybe include also some accelerated aging experiments or something like that. And the other important aspect is the availability of these new products, because until the newly developed product is commercially available, it can't really be used systematically. We're obviously happy to test new things, new solutions, new agents, but they can't be used in day-to-day practice until we can reliably buy it from a supplier. And on the other hand, the issue with commercial availability is that often the chemical composition of this new product then becomes hidden in the brand name of the solution or of the product. Just to end with a few examples of such greener swaps or changes that happened or could happen. There used to be a solution called lava, which was then discontinued and changed with biolava, which is basically marketed as an environmentally friendly paint stripper. And the name bio, or the part of the name bio, obviously suggests that it's greener and healthier and better for the environment, but the actual chemical composition is unclear. We don't really know what it is, so we can't even really check whether it is actually healthier or not. But the other problem with this new solution is that it simply doesn't really work very well. So that's obviously a problem for conservators. Another example is Biox that you can see here in the bottom. It's basically a Biox conservation liquid, which is used for cleaning. And again, we don't really know what it's made of, but the packaging suggests that it contains mild fruit acids, which most likely is citric acid, which of course is entirely harmless to humans, and it's entirely biological, whatever exactly that means. So of course it's not toxic. It's toxic for us. We all enjoy it in lemons very much. But for objects, it's not entirely safe because it's quite corrosive. It's an acid with a fairly low pH value. So kind of the moral of the story here is that not everything that's natural and biological and all of those prefixes is actually very suitable for use in a conservation laboratory. Another very well-known example that many people may have heard of are acetone-free nail varnish removers. This is entirely a commercial thing that we most of us encountered in shops already. And basically, because everyone is now selling acetone-free nail varnish removers, this is kind of leading us to believe that acetone is actually very toxic, very ungreen, very bad for you. And these new acetone-free ones are much healthier, much greener, where in reality, they contain ethyl acetate, which isn't that much different to acetone. It is slightly less toxic, but they're both irritants, they're both highly flammable, and realistically, they're quite similar solutions. But one thing where they differ is that acetone is a stronger solvent, so it's more efficient, and they changed it for ethyl acetate mainly because acetone was harmful for fake nails. So to get back to conservation, acetone is quite efficient in terms of removing old varnishes, old layers, things like that. So if we would say, okay, if in the cosmetic industry we're not using acetone anymore, we're using ethyl acetate, we should probably use that in the lab as well. But what this would mean in day-to-day practice is that we would need to soak the objects for longer. We would probably then use more of the solvent, which isn't that green, and the conservator working with it would be exposed to the solvent for much longer. So does it really make sense to make the change or not? I think it's up to everyone to decide. So just in conclusion, we're coming back to the original question, can conservation really be green? Well, it's kind of hard to say. In some aspects, yes. We believe that obviously in preventive conservation, definitely changes could be made towards a greener approach. But in other aspects, specifically in treating the actual objects with solutions, it's really hard to say. Probably changes to the better can be made, but not everything is as easy as it sounds. So maybe let's all just be wary of trendy buzzwords and marketing ploys, because not necessarily everything that's marketed as green is actually better. So I think this is all from us. Thank you very much for your attention. Here's Natasha as well, so we can wave together. And I think we're taking questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the questions and comments will be at the end of the panel. You have the space to write it, and my colleagues here will give me the questions and your comments. So please, if you have anything, just write to us. And now we are going to Vienna. Na Dunaj, as we would say in Slovenia. So hello to Bettina Leidl, Director of Kunsthaus Wien and President of ICOM Austria since 2019. Hello, how are you? You are okay?
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And yeah, the topic is Museums of Pioneers of the Ecological Transformation. I start with my museum, the Kunsthaus Wien. As you see, it's designed by Friedensreich Hundertwasser, one of the most well-known Austrian artists. And it's the first green museum. The trees are growing out of the facade, out of the windows, and you have one of the oldest roof gardens of Vienna. And our question for ICOM Austria the last month, as most of museums people, is that the whole cultural sector, and in particular the museums and exhibition spaces, have been affected by the COVID-19 crisis. And the month-long lockdowns have raised questions about the role and contribution of museums to society. So questions like how relevant are museums with their collection and exhibitions today? Is it fair to subsidize museums with additional public funds to let them out of the crisis? What will be the role of museums after the pandemic has been defeated? And What can museums contribute to an understanding of community and the solidarity of a society? I would like to focus on the socio-political aspect of museums, and I also would like to point out that museums are or can be significant motors for the transformation of our society. So what should a museum be able to do? The challenge of museums is to ask themselves again and again, what is our core task and how do we communicate topics to whom? Visitors' numbers should be no longer the dominant factor to success, and with the collapse of international tourism, museums can no longer afford their pursuit for more and more exhibitions, more and more visitors. So we have to change, and we do have to rethink museums. And of course, Corona crisis also forced us to focus more on our relationship between mankind and nature and the effects of climate change. Museums do an essential work to promote and strengthen the understanding of community and solidarity of a society, and museums can't ignore the topic of sustainability and climate change. The Agenda 2030 has given museum an important role in the social, economic and ecological transformation of our society. So museums as public institutions and employers also convey a social political mindset. The idea to open museums to the public, as we all know, origins from the time of Enlightenment. Their task is to teach democracy, to educate people to take up their human and civil rights. Today, when society is becoming more and more fragmented and the idea of democracy is constantly being questioned, it becomes more relevant than ever to do something to counter it. And this is why it's so important to emphasize the role of museums as places of learning. COVID-19 crisis had made the fault lines in our societies even more visible. Out of this, we, ICOM Austria, ask ourselves, how can we make the contribution visible that museums make to solidarity of a society, and how can we make the contribution more comprehensible that museums make to the understanding of community. And museums provide the context in which narratives of sustainability and solidarity can be created. So with this framework in mind, ICOM Austria developed the project 17 Museums times 17 SDGs. As we know, the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which were passed by the European Union in 2015, provide the ideal framework. The 17 goals are an agenda for the sustainable transformation of our society by 2030 on an economic, social and ecological level. So the SDGs are a universal call to end poverty, protect the planet, and improve the lives and perspective of everyone and everywhere. So we know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis and social imbalance did not pause. The SDGs can be seen as a guideline out of the crisis. The intention of the project, 17 museums, 17 SDGs, is to promote knowledge about the Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals, and to check to what extent the SDGs can be implemented in daily museums work. So we understand museums as places for social discourse, which also open a window to the future. Austria has an extremely lively and rich museums landscape with 776 registered museums, and from this large variety scale of museums, from art museums to science museums and historical sites, the Board of ICOM Austria has selected 17 museums spread over our 9 provinces and invited them to participate in the pilot project 17 museums times 17 SDGs. And of course, we discussed how to match the SDGs and the museums. And of course, we thought sometimes, okay, what is to match them with the obvious SDGs, like the working museums receives the SDGs number 8. But at the end, since all SDGs should be reflected in the museum's work, we decided to use the lot. So what do the participants have in common? This was also a big question we tried to solve. All museums have in common the cross-divisional and interdisciplinary work on their measures and activities. This begins with rereading of their collections and programs, as well as the reflection of their own routines. The focus lies always on the sustainable and resource-saving way of working. Despite different starting situation and resources, exciting connections and synergies resulted in the process. The project is also about raising awareness and transferring knowledge about communicating context, critical questions and reflections. But dealing with the SDGs is also about creating impulses, and it's about being a role model and to encourage others to follow, but also to provide inspiration. How can we come together to think and act in a new way? What are the projects and activities, the measures and activities that were set and developed with the 17x7 project range from Repair Cafe to a Diversity Day. There are measures to overcome language barriers, garbage collection campaigns, or a charging station for electric cars. Interventions in permanent collections. This was a very interesting and very inspiring task. temporary installation, guided tours, discourse formats, and workshops. The activities are all combined by topics, as by blogs and social media activities, and so on. Of course, booklets were designed on water and water pollution, handouts on green urban housing, and other communication activities were designed. And creating awareness begins in a young age, for example, when workshops were held to discuss how children imagine a peaceful life, SDG 16, or what kind of future they would like to have, SDG 1. The removal of language and educational barriers in the educational program creates low barrier access to everyone, like it said and asked in the SDG 4. Of course, the discussion of new housing, energy, or mobility concepts contributes to an increase in the personal quality of life. Passing on experimental knowledge enables to survival of traditional ways of working and living. I point out this project because not all of the participating institutions were satisfied from the outset with the theme area assigned to them by the NOT. For example, the Graz Museum was not very amused with to develop the goal Life Underwater, because Graz is 200 kilometers away from the sea. And they asked immediately to switch the SDG, but it was precisely this content-related dissonance that gave rise to some very great and interesting processes and projects. And with a new view of the collection, new discourse and educational formats have been created, and now an exhibition on the theme Graz by the Sea is conceptualized, and the opening should be 2023. A question that always comes up is, can art change our perception? The climate change, the climate crisis affects all areas of our society and can no longer be ignored, even by stubborn deniers. And a major problem is the perception of the little by little progressing changes. Climate collapse is a slow motion catastrophe, and that is why it is so difficult to enforce the necessary measures politically. People only accept, or most of the people only accept fundamental changes in the case of an immediate catastrophe. And this is where art has the opportunity to make very complex content understandable and offer orientation, and because art can raise our perception and can change our perspective. Art can help us to find new approaches, and it can let us see parallel developments. It is the art that helps us to think about global failures and negative developments that threatens our existence. and an artistic work that addresses the central issues of the climate crisis is noticed more strongly by visitors than all the scientific studies that have been published on the topic. So we see in our daily work at the museum that art that addresses socio-political issues also creates an impact to visitors. Numerous artists link their art to political engagement, and with the artwork they will and can take us out of our comfort zone. Thus, the project 70 by 7 can create awareness and visibility both internally towards our employees of the museum, but also externally towards the public and the visitors. The museums, which were part of the projects, are supported in the implementation of the SDGs with workshops and accompanying events. The project aims to strengthen the exchange of experiences among museums and to produce good practice examples, and with the intention to underline the role and achievements of museums and exhibition spaces as important actors with a major social impact. Over the period of now 17 weeks, we started beginning of September, and it will last till mid of December. Each week the focus will be on one museum and one SDGs, which will be reported on their individual projects. So yeah, with the 72 times 17 project, ICOM Austria is also making a special contribution to the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and support the key role of museums in designing and developing our society. Yes, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for these inspiring words and this great example. So again, your questions, your comments are welcome. But now I welcome here in the studio my colleague Sasha Mesec from Slovene Alpine Museum. The paper, the presentation, the contribution was prepared by two authors, Irina Lačen-Benedicic, the director of the Upper Sava Museums in Jesenice, and but she cannot be here. So she dedicated, of course, she trusted this to the colleague Sasha Mesec. She is the curator at the Slovene Alpine Museum, successful in many projects, and we are eager to hear what will you present in this paper, this presentation, the Museum in Times of Climate Change, very successful project of Slovene Alpine Museum that just celebrated 10 years of establishment. So Sasha Mesec, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I work as a curator at the Slovenian Alpine Museum, and over the next few minutes we will talk about museums in times of climate change, a discussion we prepared together with my director, Mrs. Irina Lačen-Benedicic. Human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels, have fundamentally increased the concentration of greenhouse gases in the Earth's atmosphere, warming the planet. Please, our technician, could you help us with the presentation? Okay, yes, that's the right slide. Natural drivers without human intervention would likely push our planet toward a cooling period. But NASA's visualization climate time machine shows how global temperatures are increasing. Let's jump to NASA website and take a look at temperature differences. For instance, in 1884, at the beginning of the First World War, or at the end of the Second World War, temperatures were much lower. And in the year I was born, everything was different. But the last year, we can notice an important increase in temperatures since the millennium. You can see it at this visualization. We could go a little bit faster. In the museum, time runs differently than in geology. So now we can see that the Earth global temperature is really, really much more in red numbers than in older times. So the Slovenian Alpine Museum has just celebrated its 10th birthday, and we decided that the key element of broadening activities and the direction of future development is taking care and taking action on climate change. Before we describe our activities, let's see a short film about our museum and about the area where the Slovenian Alpine Museum is situated. Thank you. As you saw in the movie, the Slovenian Alpine Museum is not situated in a city or a town, but in a village called Mojstrana. The village is part of the Kranjska Gora municipality, a popular tourist destination known for the Alpine Ski World Cup and its sport tradition, for instance, ski jumping in Planica. The municipality of Kranjska Gora currently has approximately 7,500 inhabitants. It is very interesting that only a year or two ago, there were 2,300 fewer inhabitants. You know why? Due to COVID lockdowns, many people rented apartments and changed their permanent address to spend lockdowns in Kranjska Gora and its surrounding, instead of being stuck in big towns. Tourism is the most important economic activity in the area. There are two peak seasons, winter and summer. April and November are the least visited months, but visits during May, June, September and October strongly depend on the weather. We can establish that there is thus a very strong connection between tourism and nature, the weather and climate especially. In an area like ours, one of the biggest threats due to climate change is the rising trend in the altitude of the snowline. Tourism is not only a sector that will see the consequences of climate change, but we also have to consider that, to a degree, it is also one of the important factors that actively contributes to some of those changes. So it is necessary for us to make and support decisions that reduce the impact of the environment while mitigating the effects of climate change. Three aspects have been identified in Slovenia that urgently need to be addressed in mitigating climate change. Energy rehabilitation of the building we live and work in, as well as all the devices in these buildings. A more rational approach to traffic and a changed attitude toward consumerism. The Slovenian Alpine Museum is also more and more connected with trends in tourism, and numbers of visitors are increasing. There is a summer and winter high season in which individual visitors prevail, while during the rest of the year our museum is visited by groups as well as individuals. The weather minimally affects visits by groups, but it strongly affects visits by individuals. Especially during the summer, on rainy days, the museum hall is not big enough to accept all visitors seeking out indoor activities. We can also see the numbers of visitors during the summer, and we can see that the most visited days are rainy days. In the Slovenian Alpine Museum, we are aware of the reality concerning our climate. We are committed to finding solutions and adapting to them. Our project, called Visiting Mountains in Time of Climate Change, was selected for co-financing by the Ministry of the Environment and Spatial Planning. Setting a good example in rational approaches to traffic, we have rented an electric combi car. We use it for our business trips, so employees don't need to use their personal cars, which still use fossil fuels, and encourage people to come to work on their bicycle. We use the van to provide cost-free transfers between other museum buildings. As our museum is situated at the entrance to the beautiful alpine valley of Vrata and the Triglav National Park, we also use the van to transfer groups up to 6 people into the valley. It helps to minimize the number of cars entering the valley and also allows people who can't walk long distances and don't have their own car to visit our museum or the valley. The local bus station is the only public mode of transport in our area, so it is too far away to walk for many potential visitors. We also share the vehicle with other associations, for instance, the local tourism association or the Civil Protection Agency. We also offer bicycles and e-bikes to rent, and we have established a Facebook group which is called Transfers into Mountains, where people can seek out and share their non-commercial transportations. To try and change attitudes toward consumerism, we have organized a second-hand market. People could exchange their outdoor clothes and mountaineering goods, but those who are really old and important, they come to our museum. Our permanent exhibition is called A Mountain Climb. The thematics are very connected with nature, but nothing was really connected with climate change awareness. That is why 2 years ago, together with the research center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts, we decided to include the theme of alpine glaciers in Slovenia, which are reducing in size due to climate change. We have shown the changes on the Triglav Glacier from the beginning of monitoring, which was in 1946, to the present day. You can see this on the picture. And especially highlighted those that are the result of climate change. We also exposed 5 objects, very different in age, which were found in the area of the disappearing ice. We prepared a computer representation of glaciers as natural phenomena disappearing in front of our eyes. We used photographic, film, archive, audio material, graphic displays, and online material. We presented the characteristic of the glacier, its formation, and an overview of research that has been conducted in relation to the Triglav Glacier. The purpose of the presentation is to draw visitors' attentions to the importance of glacier for man, Europe, the world, and the consequences of their disappearance. With the help of modern technology, we enabled visitors to take a look at the 2 glaciers in Slovenia from the museum, the Skuta and Triglav glaciers, and to become familiar with the work of domestic and foreign glaciologists through sound and photographic recordings. In our guided tours, we share awareness about the impacts of climate change and encourage visitors to think about how to reduce and prevent it. We have also created a new virtual exhibition called Alpine Climbing in a Time of Climate Changes. The authors of the exhibitions were 2 scientists, Irina Mrak and Andrej Šmuc, who explained the impact of climate change on high mountain areas and the impact on mountaineering. Many climbing routes have changed because of crashing rocks or movements of glaciers, with glacial fissures becoming much wider than a few years ago, what you can see also at the pictures at the presentation. One of the objects in the virtual exhibition is also a tent that Dr. Irina Mrak donated to the museum. The tent got damaged when it slipped into a glacial crevasse as a result of too high night temperatures due to the climate change. We now keep the tent in our depot. With the scope of this exhibition, we also organized a symposium about visiting mountains in the time of climate change at our museum. The Slovenian Alpine Museum is also an info point of the Triglav National Park and an info point of the Alpine Convention. So it is constantly in exploring, representing, and preserving environmental thematics. The Alpine Convention is the legal basis for safeguarding sensitive alpine ecosystems, regional cultural identities, local heritage, and traditions in the Alps. We host many interesting lectures and currently house an architectural exhibition about sustainable construction and renovation in the Alps. At the Slovenian Alpine Museum, we are aware of our responsibility and capacity to make a difference, originating from our unique position in the area. For the end of this presentation, I would like to invite you to join our rope team for the peaks of the future and to prevent us from climate changes in the future. Hvala. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Mesut, you will be now joining me because you will wait for the questions and comments. I'm asking if we have another panelist already here. As I don't see.
You do?
Yes. Okay. Hello. Hello. I don't actually see you in the studio, so that's why I'm asking. And we are a bit ahead of the time, so that's okay. That doesn't happen a lot, so that's why I was asking. Hi. So I'm welcoming Florian Schlederer. He's very active in different fields, but maybe we can emphasize that he co-organized a successful Austrian citizens' climate petition and co-founded the international initiative Museums for Future as a curator. So this is great work and great initiatives. And your paper, your presentation has a title, Museums for Future. And it opens a lot of questions, but I believe that you also have a lot of answers. So please, this virtual floor is yours, and let's start.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I quickly try to get all the technical things started. So let's see. I suppose it should work like this. Can you see my presentation now or not?
Not yet.
I suppose you can't. Do you see the presentation already?
Yes,
Please,
now
some feedback.
we do.
Yes, you do. Okay, wonderful. Yes, as you said, so Museums for Future, museums and cultural organizations, everybody out there listening, please start climate action. Yes, so now it works. Exactly, so I will shortly introduce what we have heard before already in the wonderful talks beforehand. So a bit about the facts in the beginning. So 1.5 degrees, that is what we were promised by our political leaders, and they signed contracts. They guaranteed every possible measure to mitigate global heating. The Paris Climate Convention from 2015 further stated to not only remain below 1.5 degrees, but do everything possible to stay below 2 degrees Celsius if we fail the 1.5. So the 1.5 is our kind of safety measure we want to reach, or kind of we want to stay below, and the 2 degrees is kind of the upper head. So right now, we face already 1.2 degrees Celsius. And we keep burning fossil fuels, oil, coal, and gas. Most of us keep flying, to be honest. Most companies keep exploiting the environment and us as well. Each and every nation is failing their promises. It's failing us. And so decision makers keep pumping greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Currently, 40 billion tons every year, and the budget is the amount we can emit is steadily decreasing. According to the latest report of the International Panel of Climate Change, the IPCC, so that was 6 weeks ago, the fight for 1.5 degrees, so the bound here, will only be up the next 5 years. So if we keep doing what we are doing, we have lost this goal in roughly 5 years. And yeah, then I guess it sounds dramatic, but then we have wasted our future and the one from our children for just 5 more years of business as usual. And the reason why we still must continue fighting for climate action is this: the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees sounds little, but it's actually huge. It means hundreds of millions of more people starving from droughts, fleeing or losing their homes. It means by the difference between saving 10% of coral reefs and killing them completely. So with 2%, we basically have no coral reefs left on this planet. It means a multiple of extreme weather events, no matter where we live. Also in Europe, where we feel quite safe still, but we are facing extreme weather events already. And it means with a high probability activating the tipping points. So for me personally, the tipping points were kind of a game changer when I heard this. They are crucial. They are the red lines. When they start, these vicious circles in the planetary system, when they start, humanity loses control of the climate. For example, take the permafrost all over Siberia. It stores methane, a 20 times stronger greenhouse gas than CO2. And global heating causes permafrost to thaw. Thawing causes methane emissions, and methane emissions cause further global heating. So this is a vicious circle we cannot stop once running. And the melting Arctic ice, the killing the rainforests, the rising ocean temperatures, and many more. So we have many vicious circles in our global system, and we cannot stop them once activated. They are likely to start around 2 degrees Celsius. So then we will head into an unforeseeable future of climate catastrophe. Billions of people will become exposed to death zones. So what does that mean? That heat and high humidity make sweating as means of regulating the body temperature impossible. This is called the wet bulb temperature. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. And humans die after 3 hours outdoors facing wet bulb temperature. So this is actually a future we face. This is also the future we must avoid by all means. And UN General Secretary Guterres announced on Monday this week that national announcements for climate action, so, and I emphasize not the actual measures, just the announcements from all the nations, would currently lead us to 2.7 degrees Celsius. So we are far away from the climate targets, and we are far away from saving our future. So that sounds all very depressing and shocking, I'm sure, but I think it's important to understand the scale of what we have to do. So let's quickly, let me introduce myself a bit further. My name is Florian. I studied physics and philosophy in Vienna, in Oxford, and in Tokyo. And despite all this, until 2018, I had not realized how urgent everything is in the climate crisis. Fridays for Future made also me realize that we don't have time for negotiations. We don't have time for compromises. I mean, to be honest, we don't even have time for museum conferences in some sense. So in the climate citizen petition then, so this was the petition previously mentioned, we collected 380,000 citizens to go to the town hall with their ID and call for concrete actions with a signature. So what really got me active though, is a thought of it's kind of a personal thought of my future children. I want to be able to sit down with them and wrap a blanket around their shoulders when they feel low. Look them in the eyes and promise them with honest conviction that everything is going to be fine. I want to be able to do this to my children one day. And I realized right now I wouldn't be able to do that because currently it won't be fine. If nothing changes, actually everything changes. And that was also the title of the book we wrote, and which is currently very well received in Austria, and I'm really grateful for that. So remaining silent or inactive for me was simply no option anymore, because looking at the world, I mean, we've heard it before, like the heat wave in Canada close to 50 degrees, the heat wave in Pakistan, which approached wet bulb temperature, the wildfires in Greece, in Portugal, in Turkey this last summer, droughts and crop failure. I mean, even a tornado in the vicinity of Austria and the Czech Republic. and the floodings in Germany with hundreds dead. So this is the climate crisis right now, and we're seeing this, and we're still kind of comfortably sitting at home. So we must get active. And when I started working in a museum 2019, I realized museums and cultural institutions are not seizing this moment. They could lead the way in fighting the climate crisis. Scientists united as scientists for future. Parents, teachers, religions, they all joined. But what about museums and cultural institutions? So let me go back and go to Museums for Future. The Austrian Museum of Folk Life and Folk Art did what everyone can do. It took the first step and joined a strike, and it posted it. I started with a colleague of mine. We made some phone calls also to Bettina, who spoke 2 sessions before. And 1 week later, we were 4 museums at the global strike. By now, we have 10 institutions only in Vienna, many more in Europe and around the world. And Museums for Future Germany campaigning currently for the elections on Sunday. And after a rough COVID year, we experience currently more interest in Museums for Future than ever before. And I'm really grateful for having the opportunity to speak to you in this conference about it. So what is Museums for Future? It's basically a valve created for those who feel desperate about lying decision makers, who feel motivated to do something and change something, but have no opportunity in their daily life. So like Fridays for Future, we don't want to do it in that way. We are not passionate climate strikers in that sense. We are just forced by the outer conditions, and out of self-defense even say, okay, we have to do something. We have to remind decision makers of their promises. So let's say that Fridays for Future is often criticized for being very negative and very panicking, and also my presentation started like this. But I want to emphasize that all these actions will simultaneously lead us to a very just, to a sustainable and a functioning society. So especially political decision leaders must deliver on these promises. And I kind of want to say we are the yes sayers. I mean, the climate movement is really the ones who want something from the future. We want to live in greener, cooler, quieter cities. We want more space in our communities for children to play out in the streets, to have quality time with our friends out in the public. We want employment close where we live, so that we can walk or cycle there. We want valuable products. I mean, nothing that you just throw away. We want also quality food from regional providers. Fast and cheap public transport all over Europe. We deserve to have energy independence and also resilience. So that would be supplied by renewable energies that could have an enormous impact for the independence in the energy system. And as human beings, I have to say I want more than GDP growth. Imagine 100 years forward. Are we still kind of just running for GDP growth and doing extra hours for a bit more money? But I would be much more inspired by a life that focuses on happiness, on time for our families, being close to nature, or simply time for ourselves. So there are many reasons to take all these actions, to demand this from the decision makers. And the problem or the issue also is that everything I just said, all these words, have been seized by greenwashing quite frequently. And witty marketing does the rest. So we push against it. Museums for Future pushes against it and tries to multiply the voices, unite the voices behind this. So how do we do this? In actions, we're an activist movement. So we have actions, and we did many of them. We have strikes, of course, we support the local strikes. We also have art strike, which you see here, which is art objects going and strike and raising awareness in your audiences. We have many museums joining this, especially during COVID. We needed to go to digital actions and did some curator battles. You see one here about the biggest mouth. Like politicians have a big mouth often when it comes to climate action. So we encouraged our network and everybody out there, post your big mouth, the biggest mouth of your collection, to show yeah, to stand united with Museums for Future. And also in Austria, Bettina talked about it, Bettina Neidl from the Kunsthaus, we have exhibitions, we have workshops, also experiments, democracy experiments in Vienna, and also tours. So there's much going on in the institutions we have. And apart from this, also, yeah, activist actions. That was a repetition of words, but never mind, you get what I mean. So what can you do? We are organized by volunteers, and we are very interested in individuals joining. So I put a lot of hope in you as an individual. And contrary to most advices, I'm convinced that individual daily consumption will not solve this issue anymore. Of course, you should not fly, and you should probably eat less meat, and we all should do this. But at the end of the day, we need a framework, a political framework for ambitious and concrete actions. Yeah, I would even go so far as to say I actually don't care if you have full-time eco or if you have never separated waste. We need coal plants to stop. We need oil and gas consumption to end as soon as possible. And we need to stop large-scale environment destruction. And that's only possible for politicians and decision makers up there. So we have to put the pressure on them to make them do this. Nevertheless, as an individual, you can do a lot of things. I mean, you can make the difference by not remaining individually, basically. Just unite with others who have the same aspiration, and that's what we do in Museums for Future. We get people involved. We try to have an impact through collective actions. And yeah, also as an advice, mostly you're most effective in your own surroundings. So if you are at an institution, ask in your institution, your director, what are we doing to get to climate neutrality in the next 10 or 15 years? So what are we doing? What's the concrete steps? We need plans and strategies, and you can demand them from your management, but also from your local government, and of course from your national government. So these three spheres are basically the best you can do. But we also have institutions, so it's not only individuals who, in Museums for Future, but also institutions standing behind our demands. So for institutions, we identified four key areas where they can get active. Support the climate strikes. Find your local Fridays for Future and help them. You might join them on the streets, but you might provide workshops to make strike signs and everything. So there you can really also provide space. The second thing is educate your audiences. Museums have millions of audience worldwide. If you educate them, if you share this vision of a just and sustainable future, you can have an enormous impact on the whole debate. The third thing is transform your own institution. Of course, you're also a company and you can do things. Be aware that you don't end up kind of doing more marketing than real measures, but the measures itself are often quite easy even. For example, transform your cafeteria into a plant-based diary, or change the energy consumption to renewable energy. So there are many things, and please reach out to us so that we can give you more suggestions. And there's also on our homepage a list of actions that you as an institution can take immediately. Yeah, and the fourth and equally important, outreach to your networks. I mean, all museums have partners. They have furnishers, artists, sponsors, both economic and federal. So spread the word, and at the negotiation table, bring the topic of climate crisis into the discussion and demand action. So one question that we often receive is, why should museums act? I mean, this is a problem of economy or politics. Why museums? As the first thing I want to say, students, pupils at school, they could also ask, why should we do it? And they just realized, okay, that's our future. We have to do it. Nobody else does it. So I think just from the emancipation point of view, museums have a role to play in this. But there are also other very good reasons, in my opinion. So you have a good reputation. As a museum institution, you're renowned for your scientific rigor, your engaging display, and your public educational service. So nobody steps into a museum thinking, let's see whether they are correct, probably it's rubbish. I mean, you have as a general public, we have kind of a trust towards museum associations. And if you use this to forward this message, you can have, also imagine all museums working on this together, like all 55,000 museums worldwide with all these millions of audiences. This is a big multiplicatory role you have and you can exploit. As a museum, or museums are oftentimes publicly funded. Hence, in my opinion, they should act in the public interest. The climate crisis threatens basically the basis of our societies, and I'm confident to claim that solving the climate crisis is the highest priority for basically every nation there is, both in the social, but also in the environmental sphere. So, role models. We have heard it in the last presentation as well, which were very committed institution to do this, and the word role model was mentioned. And I think museums could have this role model role in society. The spaces of reflection, the community meets there. There are places to meet other people as well and talk with them, to start a dialogue. So in its essence even, I would claim that museums can be the role models if they act fast and decisive enough. And the last thing which just came to my mind when preparing this talk, actually history, the history of the future. Imagine people in 50 and 60 years, or museum workers, making an exhibition about this climate crisis that we hopefully averted. I mean, cultural heritage institutions and museums, they should be aware that history will judge them in the future. The archives of tomorrow, they will look back and wonder why in 2021, why on earth, in the middle of this climate crisis, where catastrophe was already palpable at the tips of our fingers, why on earth we have not done anything, and why museums haven't done anything. So think of your children and your grandchildren and think, how will they judge you or your institutions with looking at these news from today? For example, the COP26, sponsored by Jaguar and Land Rover. It's almost as a satirical an irony, but all this happens. Or another thing from this summer, the ocean was burning. I mean, how could it be any clearer? Or an iconic image from Turkey, where the wildfires basically darkened the sky. The tires, a tire site in Kuwait was burning with millions of tires emitting huge amounts of carbon emissions once again. So with all these images, the future will look back on these images and ask, why haven't we done anything in 2021 when everything was already clear? So with this, I kind of already want to end my talk. Wait, how to get, oh, okay, now I have technical issues. I will try it like this. That wasn't supposed to be like this. Well, the rest was very professional. So with this, I can only encourage you to come to one of our digital meetups. The next one is on October 6th. So put this in your schedule, October 6th, just a general info meeting where you can ask questions, where you can ask what your institution do, what you could do. Also connect to us on social media. You see it down here, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And also since 2 weeks ago, we have a new homepage with actions, with news, with basically a lot of resources you can, you can take and use. So with this, thank you so much for your attention. I would have loved to see you in person, but I hope it worked also this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this inspiring presentation. And I hope to see you here in Maribor too, in person, maybe in my town, Brežice, also to be exactly a bit more local. But okay, now we have gathered some questions, but we need a short break to wait for maybe more and to technically adjust that we can all be now in studio and answering your question. So now we go to see the great places and venues and great Slovenia in only 2 minutes. So this is a small break to relax and to start then with questions and answers. Thank you. So thank you. As you could see and maybe even notice that we promote Slovenia as a green destination and with the slogan My Way. And maybe if you would be here, you would be also noticing that Slovenia is European region of gastronomy in 2021. But okay, that's now virtually. We have these great grapes in our studio. I hope that you will have a good lunch after, of course, questions and answers. And now I have all the panelists here. Welcome again. And I have some questions. So I will start with questions about restoration conservation. First to Eva Menert. How possibly it is to make restoration, conservation, completely green?
Well, that's a very difficult question, actually. You might hear me better like this. We spent about half an hour trying to answer that question, so I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Some parts can be made greener, but I think only future research will show whether it can be entirely green and also I think that just we have to establish a definition of entirely green, because for some people green means just using less solvents, and for some people it means using no chemicals whatsoever, which is impossible. So, but I think time will tell. But in terms of preventive conservation, absolutely it's possible to make it a lot better than it is now.
And with this answer and question is also connected another one. It's about, of course, financial conditions. Is a green conservation restoration financially sustainable as well? What does it mean financially for a museum to go green? For both of you.
Basically, in terms of preventive conservation, as I mentioned earlier, making preventive conservation greener would also make it financially better, actually cheaper. But what we have to note here is that the initial financial input would be larger, But in time, I think it would even out, and in time, over the years, it would absolutely be cheaper for a museum. Because, for example, if we now invest a lot of money in very good display cases, then we don't have to control the entire environment around them, and we can just control with little absorbents and stuff like that, we can control individual display cases. So yes, I think financially it would not really be a problem as long as we were able to spend the money now, and then in the long run, I think it would be cheaper.
Thank you. And the question that is connected with this answer and the topic is for all the others. Are you considering green restoration conservation as well in your museums? And are you working with experts on this topic? Maybe that's not for Florian as much, for other two. So how is the condition on this field in your museum? I think in Kunsthaus Wien, you are actually, you have a label to be Green Museum. So this is an important issue for you as well, I think. Maybe. We don't hear you, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now.
Okay.
Now it's open. The mic is open. Yes, of course, this is always what we have in mind, how we deal with chemicals. And it's not, I think the focus is not that we can't use it anymore when we need it, but it's always about how we use it. Yeah, are we aware how to that it's that the chemicals has to be treated in a special way, and that's the main issue. It's not about that we have to cancel everything, but it's always that we really have to take care about the use, the handling, and especially then the littering of chemicals.
You have your own conservation restoration department at your museum?
No, we have external restorators and conservators, and you know, when we worked on the guidelines of the Austrian eco-labels, of course restoration and conservation was really a big issue. But at the end, the conservators and restorators are very well organized and have a very strong sensitivity on this issue. And most of the restoration nationally, they are organized and under EU guidelines and commit themselves how and what they use for the restoration. Yeah, so the awareness of the restoration departments on this issue is already very strong. This was my experience. Yeah.
Thank you, Sasha. How is in your museum?
Our museum, Slovenian Alpine Museum, is a part of Górniasavski Muzej, which is larger public institution, and we are approximately 20 employees, and one of them is a restorator.
Restorer, yeah.
Yes, a restorer. So I always trust him to
be green as well.
Yes, and I know that we always care and report about our waste management. So this is one important part of working with chemicals. So yes, probably my colleague would be better in answering this, but I trust him that he works in the right way.
Yes, so we hope that we all are, dedicated to these goals that are always discussed and always very used in our conferences, in our workshops, in our education. So hopefully that works regarding to all the what we have to consider when we are doing that. So, okay, the next question is to Mrs. Leidel, Bettina Leidel. What to you means the phrase "a green museum" and with the comment "interesting idea with quote bike"? So, what actually do you mean with the phrase "green museum"? Those are questions from the audience.
Yes. Yeah, the definition of a green museum is has different layers. For me, the most important thing of a green museum is the awareness of sustainability, the awareness how you work in the museums of that you know what you use on electricity, that you put your aims to change it. Yeah, it's about, of course, it's about how you set up your exhibitions. Do you think about recycling? You try to change your lighting to LEDs, and we all know it really costs a fortune to be a climate neutral museums, and it takes us a few years. But most of the museums in Europe are owned by the state or by the cities or for the community. So we, as Florian said before, we as museums also have to put the awareness on green, sustainable to the politicians. And as I can talk from Austria and from Vienna, I think the focus we have on sustainability, climate change, and museums. We talked this issue for maybe 4 or 5 years, and finally it comes also on the political level that we have to change the museum's work, but we have to begin by ourselves, because with step on step, yeah, we start to change the museum to a climate neutral house. That's our aim.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, is it allowed for me also to ask a question? So if this is a yes, otherwise I leave it to
well, I thought that on the end, but it can be in the middle. Don't worry.
Yeah, because
ask the question.
It is just a short question. So for the green museums, I find in Austria very convenient that we have this eco label now for museums as well. So we have it for restaurants, and we have it for events and for other things. But Bettina was very proactive about establishing one for the museum sector, and I find this really interesting for all the museums in Austria, so they can basically start fulfilling everything in this catalog. And I wanted to ask Bettina, is there something on the European level, on the global level, some labeling, some eco-labeling that is equally strong? Or do other nations have to take kind of our English translation of our Austrian eco-label and just get inspired by that?
As I know, there's a lot of going on in Germany. They really try also to make this state certification. The great thing is in Austria that we already have a structure for state certification, and this is not something what you can just you can just make a best practice, but it's too much on the national label, the kind of certification.
Okay,
but of course with ICOM Austria, you know, there are different working groups on green museums, on the SDGs, on sustainability. So the topic is on a very high range.
I can also say something about this topic in Slovenia. We also have a strong green scheme for destinations and museums. We are involved in this green destination scheme, and our part, we prepared the part for the cultural heritage with connection with tourism. So, for example, many museums in Slovenia also are part of this green destination, and we have the label that we are very much involved and we actually follow the conditions to be part of the green destination. For example, a museum that I work in, we have this label, and we are starting also to get this maybe special for just for museums. The problem now, the first step are not the standards, or that we cannot it will not be possible for us to achieve it. It's actually the issue of the money, because with the labels you always have to pay quite a huge fee. So for us in Slovenia, it's better to, well, this is one of the problems, but it's not. It's not why cannot be in the destination. I think that it's also important that you can be part of the whole destination. It's not just the museum is green, the hostel is green, the spa is green. So everyone in one destination has to be involved in this particular green scheme. So Slovenia is also a good example. I'm very sure of it. Okay. Next question is also for Bettina. What are your plans for the future? I think that you introduced some, but this is really general question, but maybe you can answer in some short sentences.
Okay. Yeah, of course, one of the really big issues we are working on is to find out and to check how museum can be climate neutral. So it's really how we can get green energy. Is it on photovoltaic or with geothermic heat? So that's the big questions now for the museums. Because you know we are such big energy consumers with our climate and lightning, so we really have to find out how we can lower our carbon footprint as a museums, and I think these are the big task we are looking in the next few years. And of course, on the curatorial level, we also can talk about eco-curating, how we can solve the transportation, traveling, yeah, maybe to keep exhibitions for a few months longer, not only for 2 or 3 months. So we really can rethink and improve our museum's work.
And not to forget the global climate strike tomorrow, which
of course, we are already prepared.
The immediate action already.
Yeah. That was also some great topics that you opened. For example, we have some problems with energetic improvement of our buildings because we are in old castles. So this is just not a problem. This is, how do you say, help me. a challenge how to ensure that this type of buildings can also be included in this European Union funds to improve energetics of our buildings. Okay, the next question is for Sasha Mesets. First, one comment, one compliment about the great. We all know that your museum is great, and we have to visit your museum. Sounds interesting. That was one comment. So sorry.
Thank you.
And the question is: are you measuring your environmental impact?
Actually, not yet. But as I said before, we do some basic reports on waste management and so on. And I have to tell one fact which is really true. In our Gorinska region, people are known that they don't like to give or buy too much. We always look that we keep as much as possible for ourselves because we live in tough conditions in mountain area. So this is true that we always look not to buy too much or not to give too much. Yeah.
So you're sustainable already.
Yes.
Okay. And the second question is: did COVID-19 change the habits of your visitors, and do you have less visitors now?
Well, actually, when there was a lockdown, of course, the museum was unfortunately empty. But in the summer, we were lucky. There were many visitors, and we were happy. So they all saw our nice exhibitions, and yeah.
And when it rained, you had a lot of visitors.
Yes, as I said.
You told us so.
Yeah, we have a student who helped us while raining.
Because of the indoors activities.
Yes.
So the next one is also for you. We all know that the quotation of the beginning of the question, that Kranjska Gora is overcrowded during the summer months, and peaceful nature has become almost an amusement park. How do you deal with mass tourism and traffic jams?
First, I have to breathe deeply because I moved to Kranjska Gora to be somewhere alone. Well, yes, it's true. There is a lot of traffic because of those migrations from Croatian seaside to other parts of Europe. That's true. But I would say that Kranjska Gora and Mojstrana, where our museum is situated, is actually a paradise. It is still a paradise. Of course, there is a tourism, but we, let's say that more than 50% of inhabitants depend of tourism. So we are glad to have visitors, and also our museum depends of income of those visitors. So in one way we are happy that we have so many visitors and that the number is increasing, but of course we know that there are some challenges, as you said before, and we actually know that we have to keep our focus to maintain our basic mission of our museum is to preserve and to present our cultural heritage and to preserve it as long as possible and to be also in time with those social challenges. So yes, we are following our mission, and on the other side, as I mentioned, we are very connected with our tourism sector, and we always walk along.
You're trying to do your best. So this is the question for Florian, but I think that it will be also a question for Bettina, because the question is how and if they do, museums in Austria measure their environmental impact.
Do you want to go first, Bettina, or should I?
No, you can.
Yeah.
Florian.
I mean, the problem is, I think, also with companies in general, that eco-balancing, so budgeting all the ecological footprint, is quite complicated and not available easily. So I was just at another conference this week and heard about startups and young companies that provide the service of balancing, having a balance. This is even an English word, sorry, but the budgeting the carbon footprint, but also kind of the broader ecological footprint of biodiversity, or also clean air and everything. So this is kind of an ongoing problem, and we had one pilot project in Vienna going with the Museum of Applied Arts, who worked together with a local university of life sciences to make a full-fledged calculation of what their impact on the environment is. And I think going from here, so having this pilot project done, I could imagine that this leads to maybe a software that you could even use and put in what your museum, your institution, the parameters of your museum and your institutions, and get a rough estimate of what your footprint is. And I think the question is quite important, and because, I mean, how do you get to a goal of neutral or even positive climate impact if you don't even know where you are, right? I mean, for every project you need the status quo and then a goal, and then you can set milestones in between. So I hope that very soon, at least in Austria, but hopefully on the international scale, this happens as well. They are ready to use tools that every museum can apply.
And just to thank you, Florian. But you know, at the end, we have to be aware that we can't do it alone. So for me, as the Kunsthaus, it doesn't make sense, to build criteria and to fulfill it. And also on a national level, it's quite tricky. So that's why for ICOM, I always go for the international level. We have to work out the criteria together. And of course, the ICOM is a wonderful platform, because especially, you know, with the climate, we have now a corridor from 19.5 to 22 degrees, which is the most perfect conditions for our art. Of course, but these are regulations we decided by our own. So we, of course, with the conservators, with the restaurators, we have to think maybe for some museums, also 23, 24 degrees is possible, and what can we save? And I always have in mind with all these special footprints counting systems. Of course, we are international working, globally working institutions, museums. And we shouldn't end that we only show, for me, like only Viennese artists. Of course, I show them, and they're great. But we always need an international framework. And of course, when you only work internationally, your footprint gets lower and lower. So we really have to think about what we really want with this. Counting our activities in all levels. And frankly to say, you would need 2-3 more colleagues who only does the survey, what everybody is doing and how much your carbon footprint is on these activities. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question for Florian. I think that you already gave us some information how to contact you, but I think that it's okay to say it again, because the question is, what way are other countries joining your movement, and how can people and organizations contact you?
Yes, so in general, the Museums of Future homepage is really the best port to enter the Museums for Future universe, I would say. So you find all the information on museumsforfuture.org, and hopefully even if you search on it in your preferred search engine, it pops up quite high. Also, we are on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter. So I guess also there, if you look for Museums for Future, you will find our platforms. And from the homepage, you can contact us with, for example, an inquiry about your institutional commitment. So you want to join as an institution, then we prepared a declaration which summarizes basically my talk. So what an institution is expected to do, and we will we trust you in that respect, that as an institution joining, you want to change something, and you will put political pressure on your local government or your national government. And you can read through this on the homepage. And also as an individual, you can join through the homepage, reach out to us, go to one of our info meetings where one of our volunteers, and we are all volunteers doing that, has basically a Zoom session like this and talks to you and asks you what do you want to contribute, because it might not be kind of the strike on the street, but you can, I don't know, homepage, social media, strategy, outreach, network. I mean, there are so many little things one can do with 2 or 5 hours a week helping, and it really does make the difference. And maybe one aspect of your question I haven't answered, other countries. So we have currently Museums for Future Austria going strong because it was founded here. Museums for Future Germany joined this year with a really motivated group from Germany who increased immensely through just a few months. So there's really something going on there. And I think, and I might not be allowed to say this, but I tease it a bit. So there will be 2 new Museums for Futures, one in the Mediterranean, and I think Museums for Future UK is also coming up very soon. But we definitely need helping hands to make this work. So if you're out there, homepage and contact us, please.
Great, thank you. I was thinking during this, your great initiative, that we can connect it also with one project that we successfully have in this region, ICOM reorg, that is dedicated to reorganization of depots and our practices. But we also need to reorg in our museum work in a way. So maybe this can be connected and be the very important initiative also from this conference. Because to get the tools to get to these goals is also very important, even though they can be very different according to the country, but some of them can be universal. We believe that, yes, in
Definitely,
every field.
yeah.
So this is a great initiative. Okay.
And just to add one comment, knowledge sharing is so important. I mean, activism only works because there's a collective doing it. If every museum itself demands something from the government, it has much less impact than if we all demand something together in Europe or in your nation. So yeah, the network is very important. And thanks for doing the conference also, so that we see all the faces who are already working on this and that we can connect.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask all the panelists if they have any questions for each other, or maybe some comments that were not addressed and should be. We have maybe a few minutes for that. If you want to say anything else, or maybe have some questions for each other. Florian?
I do actually have a question, and this is very open, I hope open-minded, because I don't have an answer yet, but I would be very interested in hearing your input. So, of course, if some museums approach us, there are some of them who have still funding from fossil industries. So, I mean, just a recent example in beginning of this year was the Science Museum London, which had a climate exhibition, and the premium sponsor was Shell, the oil company Shell, which has a really bad optic to it. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think? Is greenwashing even a bigger problem than inactiveness?
This is a question for me or for everyone?
For everyone, actually. So in your institution, so how do we circumvent greenwashing, especially in museums where with sponsors and yeah, maybe already doing something, but when does it start to be greenwashing and when is it authentic?
I know that we opened a lot of ethical questions in our museum community. One is also the donations that cannot really be very well adopted to what we want to say, because museums are not neutral and cannot support some of the ideas. This is a big question in our community, and we are discussing that a lot. Maybe colleagues from National Museum have a comment? I thought that I saw some nodding.
Yeah, no, we were just discussing it amongst ourselves.
Sorry.
But as far as we're aware, I don't think we receive any funding in that sense at all. So I think we're safe on that front. And I don't think we pretend to be any greener than we are, because the reality of our institution is that we're located, or one of our two main museum buildings is a very old building. So it's a typical old museum building, which is not entirely green, obviously. So we try to do what we can, at least from our perspective in our department. We can't say for the rest of the museum because we have no influence over that. But just to go back to greenwashing, yes, we agree that this is an issue. So let's not pretend that we're very green and very sustainable, and on the other hand, receive funding from the fossil industry, or on the other hand, I don't know, live a very wasteful life in very wasteful buildings and then pretend, oh, but we're recycling paper, so we're green. So maybe let's just hold up a mirror to ourselves first and then see what the situation is.
Thank you for all your thoughts and for all your initiatives, for all your discussions and also all your presentations. So for me, this was a great time. Be connected, be in this network with all of you. It would be much better if I had an audience here. But okay. It's good that we have this tool that we can be still connected. And my job for this morning is ends now. So please, Alexandra Berberich-Slana, she will come here after a short break, a short movie, a short insight in our great country. Thank you. Hope to see you in person very soon. Have a great day. Stay in this conference and enjoy further presentations and panels.
Thank you so much.
A big thank you to all the speakers, to Sasha, to Eva, to Natasha, Bettina and Florian, and to my colleague Alenka, of course, that was navigating us through the topic of museums going green. Slovenians love our cultural and natural heritage, and while taking a lunch break, stay with us and feast your eyes on the beauty of our country. You will see that Slovenians love hiking and cycling, and there is a joke going around that if you see a cyclist at noon in the middle of a summer heat, it is most certainly a Slovenian. Come to Slovenia and see if it's true. While eating, burn calories with us by watching others exploring Slovenia and our museums. I will see you at 2 p.m. is Central European time at the panel Museums Are Not Neutral. Today, a few colleagues are going to join me. Sara Brigenti, Uroš Dokl from Slovenia, Rok Kaiser. That will be something different because he's a journalist. And of course, our keynote speaker, Armando Perla, who is going to contact us from Canada. See you at 2 p.m. Central European time and have a nice break. Bon appetit. Hello and welcome to the studio in Maribor, Slovenia again. This is a conference, Museums and Social Responsibility, What Comes Next, which is organized, it's the third in the part of the conference, which was organized by NEMO, German Museum Association and Portuguese Ministry of Culture, as well as Slovenian Museums Association. We are going to try to answer the question in this part whether museums are neutral or not. Of course, we believe they are not neutral. And today with me, I'm going to have 4 speakers, 2 of them from Slovenia, 1 is joining us from Portugal, and 1 all the way from Canada. With me now is Sara Brighenti. She is our first guest, and she is a museum expert, arts programmer, and educator. And she is currently the Deputy Commissioner of the National Plan for the Arts. She is going to talk about the culture and the promotion of democracy of the Porto Santo Charter for Museums. Welcome, Sara. I hope you're well today, and I'm looking forward to your presentation. Sorry, Sara, we do not hear you. Great,
don't you listen?
We hear you now.
Yes,
yes, we do.
Okay,
yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really an honor to be here and have this great opportunity to share some thoughts and especially the Porto Santo Charter and the recommendations it brings to museums. It's as well an honor to be joining the other conferences, the panelists, and as well the public. And I hope to bring some light or some dissent to these issues that we are going to address. And congratulations for the brave topics that you're bringing to these conversations. So I'm going to start my presentation now. I'm going to speak about culture and the promotion of democracy and the recommendations that are there for museums in this charter. And the Porto Santo Charter is a document about the relevance of arts and culture in the promotion of democracy. It holds the ambition to stand as a political framework between culture and education, interweaving these two sectors, supporting policies and presenting recommendations that focus on a stance of cultural democracy and cultural citizenship in Europe. Its stakeholders are policymakers at different levels and scales, like European institutions, at national, regional, and local level organizations, cultural and education institutions, and as well addressed to European citizens. The aim of the Porto Santo Charter is to outline and promote the impact of cultural sector in strengthening democracy and democratic culture. This charter was designed in a collaborative process, presenting results of a participatory methodology that evolved through consultation and discussion of guidelines with representatives of 17 EU member countries and as well Norway, and over 16 European institutions and network associations. And of course, by many authors that wrote previous documents that were for us food for thought. The Charter of Porto Santo calls on decision makers to take responsibility for their shared cultural landscape. By decision makers, I mean all of us, every single person. As such, this charter is intended to be a beacon to guide all of us who make decisions in our private and in our professional lives that affect cultural and education policies, discourses and practices, decisions that are both private and political, and can definitely contribute to a more plural, inclusive and safe Europe. The Porto Santo Charter is also a framework to support education for and through culture. It offers a broader social and pedagogical approach to be shared by actors of culture and education, and museums, of course, are here included. I don't know if I'm changing my slide. Okay. The three questions I will address today are the following. How do museums and heritage institutions contribute to the health of democracy? Are museums sharing the power they hold with their stakeholders? To what extent are museums creating the conditions for being democratic institutions, democratizing decision-making, production, creation, or fruition, enabling participation, working together, being relevant to diverse communities, valuing their cultures, traditional and local voices? The Porto Santo Charter is about the recognition of the value of cultural citizenship for democracy today. But it is also about inspiration, as new realities inform new words. Because words do matter. They have an history, they embody ideologies. Concepts are not just expressions of what exists. They are not labels that replace things. Words project and shape realities, open or close horizons, give or take value, and carry with them prejudices and stories. We need new words to address the emerging problems of society. We know that our world is demanding new paradigms and actions centered on people and nature, on human and animal rights, on planetary well-being. Care, peace, solidarity are major concerns in the present days. They were and are the focal issues in the 76th UN General Assembly that is now happening, as Secretary General Antonio Guterres said yesterday, and I quote, "Solidarity is missing in action just when we needed it the most." Cultural democracy is a paradigm that frames the relationship between institutions, cultural sector, and public, postulating the desire for more active participation, recognizing the cultural practices of very different social groups. In this sense, culture is not just a commodity, but also an open space for each citizen to be involved, to share, to take a stand, to choose and to take responsibility for shaping their own culture and everyone's culture. For museums, cultural democracy also cherishes collective intelligence and imagination. By creating decentralized structures for different stakeholders, it tackles illiteracy in its different forms, scientific, artistic, or democratic. To accomplish this, we must design a new cultural lexicon, which allow us to open a new horizon of possibilities, new words to create new realities. Museums and the house of our democracy. Democracy is not a given condition, it is a process. The fragility of our democracies is a fundamental concern for our society, especially after the pandemic, when more barriers to culture, participation, and creation were raised. Social fragilities were exposed, and the tendency for social tension rose. In democracy, dissent is fundamental, and diversity is an asset. Democracy values the interests and needs of each citizen by giving them a voice. It respects their uniqueness. Thus, it can only work if citizens recognize that everyone should have an opportunity to participate in any act as equals. It is therefore vital to rethink citizens' active participation in building the common future. Moreover, democracy cannot be confined to the sphere of politics, nor it can be limited to the act of voting. In this political system, all eligible citizens have the power to choose. On the other hand, we know that although we may live in a democratic state, authoritarian and anti-democratic attitudes will always endure. So, how can democratic values be guaranteed and respected by museums? Are these values reflected in the mission, the plan, the program, budget, resources, or communication of the institution? Do museums assess policies guarantee diversity and inclusion? As part of the cultural sector, we find it urgent to affirm museums as cultural institutions, their processes and organization modes, what they do and value and propose, influence the health of our democratic communities. Then it is not enough to wish for a more democratic society. We must act upon this to overcome the divides that create inequalities in society. Everything is not going to be all right if we stand still as passive subjects. And this was very much underlined during the morning. Furthermore, we have to ask, what kind of power relations exist in museums and their practices? How can power and decision-making be shared? How can cultural experience help to emancipate? On the other hand, another question has to be raised. Do museums, often fragile organizations, have the means and resources to achieve these goals? Are these goals achievable? Similarly, museums should have more means to fulfill their missions, such as resources to promote the safeguarding of cultural heritage, to develop scientific and artistic research. They should also be able to support the development of models that empower internal staff. Building a common territory. How can we define today a new paradigm of cultural democracy? Is it possible to balance the ambition for quality and excellency with broad participation in mind? Is cultural citizenship protected and recognized by all people? The democratization of culture presupposed a well-intentioned, albeit paternalistic and top-down vision of culture. And by culture, I mean in the singular form, assuming a general notion of public or audience. And studies already revealed how its implementation since the 60s and the 50s even has not achieved the desired effects. The much ambitioned expansion of audiences did not happen. Social and symbolic access to cultural goods crystallized. No diversity was promoted. A hierarchical approach to culture prevailed based on assumptions of quality and excellency, determined by minorities, the curators, and on a vision that had a vision for all, placing the visitor on a subaltern level, devaluing what he knows and brings to the museum. Visitors were seen as consumers of culture. Museums, and especially art museums, were then perceived by society as very elitist public institutions. Today, if we look at museums, it is still not enough to focus on assets with regard to financial aspects, physical proximity, or intellectual assets. It is equally important to underline the symbolic dimension of many of these barriers and remove them. Likewise, it is essential to understand when developing museums policies and practices that people need to feel represented. In their narrative of the exhibition, museum text, architectural installations. If people do not feel represented by museums, they will not feel a sense of belonging, empowerment, or even motivation to participate. People should be the main focus. They are the ones museums should serve, not just collections, but first and foremost, human beings. For instance, different assets in prices, information to interpretation, programs, exhibitions, or other areas, collections or activities of museums all imply forms of power and authority, to which the museum sector should be very mindful if they claim to be inclusive. Can we trust museums? Finding a significant and tangible goal for action. What are the consequences of the paradigm of cultural democracy for museums, their organization and decision-making processes for production, communication, and fruition? How to make museums more welcoming? How can we promote greater inclusion, a sense of belonging, creative skills? How do we need to change in order to welcome those who are not participating now? What measures can significantly contribute to the development of citizens' competencies and cultural empowerment? How to evaluate the outcomes of cultural measures and policies? What indicators and data do we need? We must build more effective tools to assess the impact of cultural policies, projects, and programs. Then, and only then, can we design meaningful, measurable, achievable, and tangible objectives for action. I will present now 11 principles, short principles that are encompassed in the 38 measures of the Charter. And the first one is the idea of togetherness. To ensure democracy is an ongoing process and design, togetherness must be the matrix. This is only possible by remodeling museums from within, diversifying technical profiles, and even redefining job description when recruiting staff. Museums must reflect the capacities that the plans of their organization require, and thus create new jobs for new missions, opening the institution not to the other, the one who doesn't belong, but to a common purpose that implies going beyond oneself, working together, avoiding fixed top-down hierarchies and equal relations, than for the construction of a common good. Building a common territory is about finding more and new resources to reach people and talk to them about their cultural rights and duties. Mediation is crucial to promote participation. These are cultural codes. There are cultural codes of practice that need to be addressed, as well as divisions to be bridged. Additionally, to further the work of mediation, museum staff should reflect the cultural diversity of the communities they assist. Culture as curricula. Sorry, I think it went, yeah. Culture can contribute, as it often does, to make sense of reality, shaping the less tangible aspects of life, inspiring individual and communities, and connecting dots. Museums are key places for learning, recognized as territories of education at the service of the whole community, including children and young people. The Charter of Porto Santo is based on the belief that in order to consolidate cultural democracy policies, the structure and strategic links between culture and education are paramount. We must transform cultural institutions into educational territories and educational institutions into cultural centers, from preschool to university and throughout life. By working in partnership with formal education, museums should underline that culture is curriculum, encourage students' participation and allow them to decide on issues such as safeguarding cultural heritage, communication, exhibition. Museums should invite young people to participate in advisory boards, to curate public programs, to interpret the collections. In doing so, museums are raising awareness of cultural citizenship, which means the exercise of cultural rights and duties. Education is the laboratory of democracy. Current times demand a pedagogy of democracy that encourages greater involvement, where political and cultural citizenship merge, reflecting the changing realities. Anxiety, depression, isolation, loneliness are huge problems of our times, and all have a high prevalence in young people because many young people see no future. What can museums do in this respect? It is essential to invite young people into museums, to ask them to participate and to decide, learn their language and skills, listen to their thoughts, priorities, and thereby help them prepare for the next decades. On the other hand, museums can lead the way using heritage, art, and culture to emancipate this generation. As Jacques Rancière says, he who emancipates does not have to worry about what the emancipated must learn. He will learn what he wants, nothing perhaps. Museums are us, not it. This was a quote from Mark Murawski that I'm going to continue saying. He says that when we talk about them, museums, only as brick and mortar institutions or as it becomes easier to distance ourselves from the human-centered work we do. So it's absolutely essential to remember that museums are made of people, from directors, board members, patrons, curators to educators, guest services staff, registers, conservators, security guards, volunteer, maintenance and facility workers, members, visitors. Any critique of museums is a critique of us. And any change needing to happen in museum is therefore a change that needs to start with us. Humanizing the museum's purpose can transform the way everything is done. Vision, mission, staff communication, curatorial practices, education, the whole culture of the institution. A seat at the table. Trust does not arise just because we make promises. It takes shape through action, dialogue, experience, belonging, recognition, being together. Trust materializes when everyone brings value to the table and acts accordingly, which implies a real commitment. Audience development is built on trust in the publics. For this, museums need to get to know their visitors better, actual or real or potential, in order to invite them to the experiences they long to have. When talking about trust, I'm talking about empathy too, because this is a human relationship. So knowing each other is different from imagining who these people are. As such, museums should invest in audience analysis in order to adapt strategies in favor of changing needs and interests. We want visitors to become engaged protagonists rather than passive consumers. Emerge from the context. Museums as cultural institutions need practices that replace the paradigm of authority with self-organization. It's not about going there and asking people for help to do something that is already defined. It's about involving the group in creative design of the project, being fully implicated every step of the way. There is no doubt that engaged, informed, and empowered citizens are the best guarantee of resilience of our democracies. Encouraging projects to emerge from contexts and communities is actually caring about relevance and helping people make sense of their world. Museums are not neutral. If museums are neutral, they must be dead. If they are telling neutral stories, they must be lying. The age of certainties is long gone, and we all recognize the danger of a single story. By including wider social issues in public programs and exhibitions, such as urban regeneration, climate change, dialogue, cultural and biological diversity, peace, health, demography, museums are highlighting pressing issues in contemporary society, as well as promoting a plurality of voices, and thus also multiplying views on collections. Again, this ability to raise questions, especially when it comes to difficult issues, should be a central part of the institution action. Its supervisory bodies should value risk-taking and reversibility. They should support teams, allow autonomy, provide resources, time, expertise, and leadership, all of which are cornerstones of institutional integrity. But this is, a long run. In addition, institutions should invest in long-term projects of experimentation and change. They should rely more on their social contract, as well as establish longer cycles for planning, funding, and evaluation. Transformation occurs during the process. That's when skills, behaviors, and creative capacities are acquired. And beware of the quality factor. It can mislead the results. Quality is indeed a subjective criterion. It can underline inequalities. Quality should be put on the process. And the timing of projects is a decisive factor in achieving long-term sustainable results. Digital as a tool. Another important issue to be considered when addressing cultural democracy in museums is the use of digital media and digital interfaces that have a profound impact on the way we relate to information, knowledge, and social interaction. It is crucial to recognize the enormous democratic potential that digital platforms and social media encompass, broadening access, proposing new methodologies for collaboration, and multiplying ideas. Digitalization is key to overcoming physical binaries, such as urban and rural, center and periphery. And moreover, digitalization fosters new forms of creation, linking specific interests to global problems such as inclusion, equality, gender, environment, or even poverty. It is also true that digital is a divide. So we should acknowledge that there are threats in terms of misinformation, attack on private data, exclusion or isolation, as well as we should defend digital space as a public space. Kill the killer facts. Museums must rethink the criteria and the parameters of evaluation, internal and external, be less dependent on immediate quantitative and econometric indicators. Quantity indicators must be replaced by quality goals, significant criteria for measuring impact, such as learning outcomes, social outcomes, capacity building, empowerment, commitment, well-being, trust, or even hope. Finally, the last point, break down the walls, institutions becoming institutions. Institutions work with what comes from the margins and have many centers. By visualizing institutions instead of institutions, we are imagining beacons that value new forms of solidarity and cooperation and dare to change despite conflicting agendas, prejudice, and fears. With strong collaborative leaderships, they can respond to the urgency of creating safe spaces for unsafe ideas. This is core of scientific and artistic processes of human creation. By networking with the whole territory and communities, museums as institutions are fostering a systemic strategy to be relevant in society, not only as services to preserve the past, but to put it in relationship to the present, as interfaces of diversity, as transsectoral hubs. Cultural democracy demands a change in political funding and management frameworks for museums, a governance model centered in people, for, with, and by people, assuming that everyone is a cultural agent and that museums for the future need us all. As human-centered organizations, museums should make clear their human values: solidarity, trust, care, love, dialogue, truth, safety. What they do and why they do it and how they do it. Now is the time to turn those values into actions. Our common world needs more than words. Democracy needs hope, and hope needs action. The Porto Santo Charter is in fact a call for action. And I finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I am so happy you were with us today. You opened so many questions and so many ways for museums to work, and you definitely gave us a lot to think about. I will be more than happy to ask you some questions at the end of this panel, and I'm sure that other participants are going to ask you a lot of them as well. Now we are going to greet another guest of ours. He is coming from our city, and if Sarah with her colleagues is working globally, at least on a European level, and trying to think about all the museums, Uroš Dokl, our next guest, is working locally and in this way changing the world around us. Uroš has been working as curator since 2008. Yes, he is very young, and throughout his work as a curator, educator, he has been developing tools and methods for teaching history with strong echo of past events in the present. He has developed a pedagogical program, Museum for Peace, altered for the National Liberation Museum Maribor, which he works in. Uroš, welcome to the studio. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of the participants to finally show the will and support for topics like this, and we believe me personally as well, those topics are extremely, extremely crucial, not just for the future of the museums, but for the future of the mankind as of in general, because things get or went out of control, and it's really hard to basically see and follow what is going on. There's like the sea of information going on today. We've got COVID, we have vaccinations, anti-vaxxers and so on. So there's a lot of things that will have to be put somewhere in the history, in its place. So yes, I am the co-author of this program, Museum for Peace, and what we try to do in this program is basically try to give listeners, students, children a chance when they are evoked, when they are in a stressful situation, what to do, because those situations, they happen every day in the class, in the street, at home. So it's like micro and micro environment. All the time kids are being challenged, and if the kids are the ones that are following the adults, because I mean they mimic what we do, we as adults are not always the good solution and for children to follow us, especially nowadays. So the title of this short presentation is Museum for Peace for Unequal Peace. Peace itself is a state of tranquility and quiet, and as such as is freedom from the civil disturbances. And but just in today's perspective, let's take COVID for example, just the vaccination issue is already dividing us, and it's dividing us brutally along the line that did not existed before. And freedom for one, like the peace for one, is very often oppression for another. So people who shout, people who claim their rights, they also, no matter how violent that might be seen, might look like, they are also searching for their own inner or outer peace, as we call it. So peace itself can be a disturbing idea, because peace, for example, in the Nazi era was something completely different that the people opposing the Nazis were thinking about what the peace might be. Peace for the Tutsis is something the opposite what the Houthis wanted, or peace for the Muslim people was something the opposite what the Islamic Caliphate wanted, for example, in Syria. So we have different approaches towards the peace. But where to put the museums? So do you believe that museums can change lives? This is like big statement, big question. Or can museums change communities? Or can museums have an impact on society? Yes is my very personal answer, but only to an extent that people who work in the museum, run the museum, or believe in the museum are able to do this. Because the question of neutral museums is, I think it's already answered. There is no museum that is neutral, unless there's a museum with only one person probably running it. But museums are people, so people work in those museums, and people come from different social backgrounds. They have different ideas, different beliefs, different approach towards the future and towards their own safety. Like safety is a really popular issue today. So the museum itself, they can't be neutral. So the real question that we have is what to do in the situation when the society is being challenged, and what is the position of the museums in this sort of case. So I believe that we can change communities. We can, in the long term, even change life's perspectives. But it depends on many factors, especially curators. What is museum's agenda? Who is running the museum? And what are the abilities of the curators? How do they see the situation that is going on? How they approach it? But this doesn't really come from the professional titles. It comes from who I am at home, who I am in my private life. Because as soon as I enter the steps of the museum, I'm still being me, but I'm supposed to do something good for the community. But, you know, there might be even international like not international, but inner conflicts with it. So let's imagine, for example, that majority of the curators in one particular museum, they share all similar views. I hope you all have situations like this, but this is, for example, let's keep it on the level. So in order to achieve social impact and change, museums should not stay silent and wait for things to sort of happen on its own and only later step in as some sort of a historical forensics. You know, we come to the crime scene and we pick up the objects, what was left of the situation. So we are not historical forensics who would just, you know, go and dust off some museum objects and carefully place them on shelves or glass cabinets. It's an explanation of those things on the shelves is not enough. And it's what can we do today for the well-being of all of us tomorrow is the real question that should probably put the museum objects into perspective. What can we do with those objects? What is their agenda? What can they represent? What the stories can tell us and give us? So I think time of dinosaurs is gone, and so is the museums without ability to adopt to the creative ways of promoting peace, equality, and democratic values. Based on humanistic paradigms for, let's say, common good. So humanism as such should be ahead of our ideas. And of course, if the museums have the means and the topics that can be addressed and correlated with those virtues that I have just mentioned, peace, equality, democracy, and so on. So, for example, if you take our museum, in National Liberation Museum, we run this particular program called Museum for Peace. It's basically a set of lessons that is especially steered towards promotion of equality and humanistic values and approaches peacekeeping agenda or developing peacekeeping agenda and ways of respect and love and kindness. Why this might be very important for our museum? Because our museum was established in the 50s, where things needed to be settled down about what happened during the Second World War. So like the primal winners of the Second World War here in the region of Styria were partisani. And for that, this museum was kind of a setup to give this story. But now, through the decades, the museum became the Museum of Contemporary History. And contemporary history offers new challenges. And just in the last few years, we hit a lot of them, from the terrorists, from the refugees, from the COVID now and so on. We might talk a bit about this a bit later. But so this program, Museum for Peace, is like a set of lessons that's trying to keep those agendas alive. So respect, love, and kindness. And all of our claims that we kind of make in this Museum for Peace, they're driven from the past. So what we have and kept in the museum collections, we can't talk about things that we don't have in our museum. So First World War, Second World War, time of Yugoslavia, time of independency, and all the today's issues that we face. So aim for the future and based on the learning from the past, to kind of keep it short. How to act and react on various provocations and challenges of everyday life. I think the future will bring more challenges, and we will have to ask ourselves daily what to do, where the museum stands towards this, because, you know, even the museums, they go to the museum at one particular point. What we have done in 2021 will be judged in the 2040, 2055, who knows. So it is really important what we do today. With this particular program, we try to explain the domino effect of social responsibility. What happens if it's respected and acknowledged? And what happens if it's not? Because both have consequences, and the domino effect of both of them is severe. For good and logical understanding, we use, for example, social games that simulate very similar situations from the real world, from the outside world, so that the children and students and pupils that are involved in this particular program, they can follow or kind of mimic what was going on here in the safe environment in the museum, or the harsh reality outside, and we kind of observe the reactions from the outside world, and we analyze them in the sense that we talk with participants what was the drive behind such behavior. Every single lesson of this Museum for Peace program is accompanied by some sort of output. There is always a lesson to be learned, but we don't try to be too smart. We kind of take what was already done and what is already working. So in this particular case, we borrowed something from Norwegian sociologist and the principal founder of the discipline of peace and conflict studies. This is Johan Galtung, and interdisciplinary approach is necessary. Johan Galtung, for example, as I said, is Norwegian sociologist, and he adopted a system of like a very simple triangle, which I will ask the guys on the backstage to give me the first slide, or maybe it's this one. Thank you very much. So if you look at this very simple triangle, you can see the left word is like called contradiction. So we all contradict with someone at something. And this contradiction doesn't necessarily mean that there's already a conflict present or there you know, the problems already involved. No, that simply means there's a contradiction. We don't agree just on one particular thing. And then when we don't agree with it, or with someone, we immediately form some sort of attitude. So what do we feel about the thing? Like we jump on it, or do we like keep it steady, or we ignore it? So that's very much the personal preference. It depends how contradictory we are with the particular person that we don't agree with. And so when we form this sort of attitude, the next stage, and the final one, is behavior. So when we contradict, we form an attitude, which might be sort of a internal, and external is behavior, how we behave, how we express our contradiction and our attitudes towards the contradiction. And things can go really sour. So if you don't contradict with someone, the attitude that you have, I don't know, you just don't like that particular person, you diss it as much as you can, and how you behave it, you talk trash behind its back. Just very simple case. Or in the contradiction, it can also go this way. I don't contradict with you, but that contradiction is not a big thing. So my attitude is you have your right for your own opinion. So how will I behave? It depends. So I might leave you to your own opinion, or I might suggest you something else. But nevertheless, if the contradiction is interpreted as conflict, then the attitude is already set, and the behavior is usually violent. So what we do teach children and our visitors is, according to Johan Galtung, when you contradict with someone, creativity, oh, I'm sorry for the spelling over there. Creativity is the only way out. Be creative, out of the box thinking, because what the history teaches us, we already know how the masses move. And we have seen it, and this is really, really harsh reality. So out of the box. Attitude, show empathy. Empathy is the only way that you will sort of question yourself. Step into someone else's shoes. Think about the situation before you act, before you behave. And behavior has only one output. The only way towards the peace is non-violence. And that's supposed to be, or should be, the main paradigm of the future, especially younger generations, because history has taught us that violence brings violence, and if we want peace for the future, then the violence should be omitted forever. But we teach children and students for better understanding of social constructs that are out there, and all in all, as I said, violence is never, ever a solution, because violence, as I said, just only brings more violence. Museum for Peace program has been running for some years now, and it's still till this day, our numbers of visitors on this particular program are growing exponentially. And we believe, I mean, we were thinking, why is it good? Is it working? But the people are still coming. And there's a pattern that we kind of figure out. We believe that it might be due to the fact that social dilemmas, which we face today, and moral issues are getting louder, sharper, and more vigorous and more dangerous than ever. Society is facing new challenges every single day since the world is changing and facing the new threats every day. And what we have learned, and I think it's very important, is that we must stress that we rely on teachers. We rely on teachers' ability to recognize that their kids, students, pupils, they have social issues, they have social dilemmas, and they don't have the answers for it, or their answer is towards moving towards the violent behavior. It's them basically who sometimes give us a call. They notice something weird going on in their class, for example, and it's they who called us, say, look, I got kids in my class, with very strong beliefs in racial injustice, and kids who frequently use the hate speech, or they're like start to adopt the lingo or vocabulary of the political elites, who are less and less humane and friendly. And in Slovenia, we have this particular issue where the political lingo is on the level of the football match in the worst possible way. Sorry to say it, but I'm bound to say the truth. Museums and the museums itself, they should be present, but especially not just as houses, as institutions with a lot of old objects, being interpreted, but as the idea generators or hubs for, let's say, critical thinking and honest approach towards history. In fact, if let's say a factor of objective approach is omitted, then we are not learning from the history. And this is another problem that we are facing. The history is constantly, or at least nowadays, speaking from the Slovenian perspective, being challenged. There are like bits and pieces that wants to be changed, especially when we talk about the Second World War or the so-called winners of the Second World War. And this might be a problem today. If the factor of objective approach, as I said, is omitted, then we are not learning from the history. Then we are learning from something newly created. And we are learning from refalsified facts about the history. And by this, our future, your future, our common future is endangered, because then history really matters not at all. And we have two ways. If you want peace, prepare for war, driven by the fear. If you want peace, prepare for war. If you're afraid, then this is for you. But if you want peace, love thy neighbor is another one. I think this one is fueled by trust, not by fear. So it's really up to, individual what does he or she stands for. But people are changing, and people has changed through the time. And time changed the role of the museum, and through the time museums changed. But museum doesn't change very quickly. Just think about your exhibitions, for how many years you have them on display. Time flies faster than the exhibitions change. So it takes years to change exhibitions sometimes, and sometimes it takes years to change the mindset of the people who have ability to work with such a delicate objects and such a delicate topics. Because as I said in the beginning, it's impossible for a museum to be neutral. The only way is to be not neutral. And so how do we reflect our community in order to serve our community is another very important issue. And I will say this, museums don't really have to take a stand on a topic. Because as soon as they stand for something, that means that there needs to be proof for this, and they need to take responsibility for the public opinion which are being formed in the museum. And yes, when I think the answer is very clear, when something really, really horribly goes wrong, the museum should stand on their topics. But museum itself, I think, is also the creator of new ideas and efficient ways to solve problems. Sometimes I believe it's enough if the museum offers itself as a correlator or as a crossroad from various opinions. Because if you see that people have different opinions, bring them in. Try to give them the proper information that you have gathered from the past. And don't judge, but just try to steer people through this challenge and that challenge. Because at the end, contradiction is really important, and contradiction is really harmful if you don't do the steps that follow. Form a proper attitude and act non-violently. And after all, if you think about museums, museum workers are people that are coming from different backgrounds with different opinions towards one particular problem. Racial issues, political issues, pro and anti-vaccination issues, refugee crisis, nationalistic tendencies, and especially political issues, which combined with COVID make a proper chaos that we can see today. I would like to show you another picture. If you go back, you can see that contradiction can be addressed with creativity. On the right side, you see shells of bombs and grenades and so on made out of brass. So this is a very pure and good example when people don't know how to talk to each other and they choose arms to settle things. If you remember, if you want peace, prepare for war. On the left side is a little museum object from our museum, which is a coffee grinder, one of my favorite ones. So if life gives you lemons, make a lemonade. But if it gives you a war, do a coffee grinder. Because this is what people did. They chose those little brass things that were like leftovers from the war because the factories were not working and people needed everyday objects. So when they needed those everyday objects, they had to make them. And this is one beautiful example how to be creative, how to kind of go towards the creative solutions and non-violent ways. So this is one particular object. And this is what I show to the children and pupils, you know, do something creative out of it. We are working with minors on this particular program. We are working with high school graduates and students of all sorts. And children, what we learn is that however you turn around, there's always a child that is a victim. Because political approach can be very, very harsh. Then media. Sorry, we have so many medias that, you know, this kind of an old school idea that if you watch or learn and read from the newspaper that you might be enlightened, you might know something. Well, it depends what you read, because otherwise you might be lied. And children are not naive, they're innocent. They have the full right to receive information about the world that they're living in, that they will grow up into it. And I like this kind of a TV Pinocchio stuff, you know, because there's the money behind it and children watch it. And they don't really get the proper idea what is right and what is wrong. So, for example, children are, what I'm saying is that children are always the victims of misinformation. Elder people, we are, but especially children, because they take from us. We are the ones that interpret the informations. So a few years ago, when I said that, I said that we are constantly facing new challenges, if I'm talking from the perspective of a curator that is working in Maribor. A few years ago, you know, there was a refugee crisis, and so suddenly they were all talking about the refugees. They were all, you know, the media here and there. We could see and you know and hear what will happen, what kind of a dark future is upon us, upon Europe. So yeah, I like this one. No more wars. Yeah, no more refugees, but no more wars. This is why we are here. This particular approach was not addressed. So it was just, they're going to come, they're going to take our jobs, they're going to take our wives, and despite that being very sexist and narrow-minded towards women, like women have no choice whatsoever. But anyway, that was the idea. So next problem was Islamization of Europe and so on and on and on. Let's say the next one, for example, is the next problem that we have a few years ago is the local home organization of, how do we call them, militia or kind of let's call them amateur militia. So this is like the group of people that were kind of worried about the future of our country. So they were self-organized. They were not police officers. They were not soldiers of any sorts. So they used the BB guns and used this sort of uniforms, and they kind of created this tension among the people, not to trust the army, not to trust the police. And so they are like the new generation or self-proclaimed defenders of our nation. Well, the crucial question is, who's going to defend us from them if they take sort of over? But they will not, because it's just one little tiny group. But the catch is, a lot of young children found it very interesting. And especially when we met with those kids, you know, they were the relatives that were part of those groups. So what to do with those, you know, particular opinions? And of course, you don't attack. And we follow that particular triangle: contradiction, attitude, and of course, you try to tell it to children, you try to give them a proper explanation what is the best way, and that the violence is never a solution. What they will do with this when they go home is on their own. Next issue, challenge, for example, it's fairly new. You know, the generation identity movement, or the in Slovenia or in France, you know, the yellow jackets, the yellow vest, and so on. And I know this is in Slovenian, but you don't have to be a linguist to kind of learn or see the last three words. Hitler je heroj. I'm sorry to saying this out loud. I never thought I would say it, but this literally means Hitler is a hero. And that thing was written, as you can see, on August the 1st, 1921, by some guy. He calls himself Biser Urba, but this is the guy who is kind of a part of the NGO. And this particular NGO is being co-financed by our government. And this particular NGO stands for what you can read from this particular tweet. And this is another problem, because they're talking to young children, they're talking to young people, and the young people, young boys, young boys more or less, they often find their place in the groups like this. So this is another challenge that we kind of face today. To learn history means to search for and to find forces which cause those effects, which we later face as historical events. Whatever you're reading here is from one particular book written by one particular guy. But if you see the yellow words to dismiss the unimportant, you see there's a name, Dr. Leopold Poch, and he was a teacher, a history teacher in our city, in Maribor, in the late 19th century, and he was teaching history in Maribor, and later on he went to Linz, where he was teacher in another class. But at the turn of the century, a little boy came into his class, and the words that you're reading are the words of this boy when he grew up and became, like, you know, an adult person. And this Leopold Poch was a history teacher of one very peculiar and notorious person. He was teacher of Adolf Hitler. And Adolf Hitler examined him in his book Mein Kampf as someone that he needs to be proud, and he is very proud, and he literally says sort of a thank you to whatever the teacher, someone that was molding the history in front of him, you know, made of him. You can read the last sentence, and indeed thought he had no such intentions. It was then when I became a little revolutionary. So it is really, really important. And going back to the questions, can museums change people's lives? Absolutely. If one book can, if one teacher can, then museums can for sure. So if we don't do anything, things like this are standing against us. So yeah, you know the guy. But even in the Nazi time and Nazi era, the children were very, how to say, used in a very, very sad way. What you see here is just a little toys and like little birds, and there's and those little figures that you see are from the children's playbooks and so on. The Frog King and the Seven Dwarfs and so on. But those little toys are made in Nazi era. And the children, we call them Wintershilfe, so it means the winter's help. So at the winter time, the Nazis were gathering like money and stuff from the people. And how that was possible, it was very often the children were used for this. So children had to go around, knock on the people's doors, and with a little red cans that were ready to put money in. And they were going from house to house in our city as well. Imagine, we were occupied by the Nazis, and then you have Slovenian families, Slovenian children working, going on, knocking on someone's doors to kind of gather the money for the Nazi army. And when they came back and gave the money, usually they were given a little toys, as ones as you have seen before, or this ones that you can see now. So it's the size of a little match. It's a little cannon, anti-aircraft cannon. The next one, sorry, it's not working. Guys, can you move one forward? Anyway, I'll try to talk it through, but there's a help coming on. So anyway, refugees, then local organized militias, as I said, another problem. Then another problem, generation identity, the new movements, new neo-Nazi movements that are going on in Europe and in Slovenia. Then another one, another example of those toys. As you can see, they're really like kind of a war-themed and they're really going to the history, so how to bring up the national kind of idea of those children, who they're supposed to be, who are their ancestors, and you can see like the Celts, like the swords from the Celts, and then on the other hand you see war planes and war axes and so on. So we have a lot of challenges that need to be addressed, but let me show you just another one here. It's breaking again, but it doesn't really matter because then I can tell you this. We have problems, we have issues, and especially now that we are going in the COVID, one against more. We are like in the COVID era, and just before the COVID era, I wanted to show you this. It's a good picture. This is a parole from one of the political parties out of the parliament today, but it says Slovenia ni samo Ahmed, which means Slovenia is not just Ahmed, which kind of, in paraphrase, say that there are Slovenians living in Slovenia, not just Ahmeds. And you can see like the 500 euro tag on the green Slovenia, 1,900 something euro tag on outside of Slovenia. So that was the political parole saying people from abroad, we give them more money. The refugees, we give more money to the refugees than our people here. So this is purely nationalist movement, and it was used as a political agenda. And on one particular poster, they even used like the child with the school backpack. And what you can see is a postcard from the late 19th century, and you can see a police officer, so someone that is standing behind the political or the country's agenda, and he's like kind of holding the ear of who else than dark-skinned Ahmed, if you read the letters underneath his feet. So we've learned nothing. And let me finish it with this. With the Shakespearean dilemma appeared. This Shakespearean dilemma appeared again in front of us, and it's not be or not to be, it's vaccinate or not vaccinate, and it's cutting people in several poles again. And in Slovenia, we are very much divided about everything nowadays. And so for the end, I would like to say that we hope in museum, we hope to try to steer our visitors towards critical thinking, critical approach that comes from within, and it's based upon humanistic values that by any means they strongly oppose violence and any kind of violence meant as a solution. Be creative, be empathetic, and go for non-violence. That's all from us. Thank you.
Uroš said that's all from us. It's not, but you have to finish. Uroš always says that he's not sure that he will have enough to say, but he is a great thinker and a great activist. And we are so proud to have him as a part of our museum because he really takes care, along with my other colleagues, that our museum is never neutral because we know that we have a lot to do and a lot to change. And you heard from his words what is happening in Slovenia through the last couple of years. Although we are a green destination, although we are proud to say that we are heaven on earth, but there are some problems that we have to discuss and we as museums have to tackle. And maybe it was very good that Uroš told you about the situation in Slovenia, because it is going to be easier for you to understand why we have invited our next guest, Rok Kaiser. Rok Kaiser is namely something you don't usually see at museum conferences because he's a journalist and editor. And he used to be a correspondent from Croatia, and he is stationed in Slovenia now, in Maribor. He collaborates with museums a lot and is interested in museum profession. He edited several appendices related to key historical events and topics. He is co-author of several media museum exhibitions and co-host of museum roundtables and tribunes. He is also author of several biographies. Rok Kaiser, it's nice to have you here. And today you are going to talk about the key alliance of museums and journalism in the fight for democracy and against the falsification of history. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. As Uroš stole all of my time, I will be very short today, or shorter. And I would like to, as you mentioned, I would like to talk about alliance between museums and media houses. And I would like to start with this. There has never really been a great love between the media and museum, to be completely honest. We somehow lived past each other, respecting each other, and cooperation was established only in the occasion of exhibition openings or interesting projects undertaken by museums. And as a media representatives, we may have asked museums for a document of photographs on rare occasions, such as when devising special supplement related to past events, and this is where the collaboration ended. But all changed one day. In October 2015, Slovenia became a country which thousands of refugees passed on their way to Austria and Germany, and even further north. A good, bright and solidary Slovenia woke up and gave a hand to those who were fleeing war, poverty and dictators. But sadly, at the same time with this bright Slovenia, a dark Slovenia also woke up. The political sphere, especially right-wing parties, their media and social networks, became flooded with hatred, hate speech, racism and xenophobia. The ugliest words imaginable had been found for the refugees. The media that embody European values, respect the highest European standards, and of course journalistic ethics, try to safeguard the freedom, equality, dignity of each individual and not preoccupy ourselves with race, origin, religion, orientation, and other values that we believe invaluable are in the 21st century, and we found ourselves isolated. We were without allies, as the political parties that were supposed to protect the European values also partially changed their objectives. Having previously mostly relied on European and ethical values, one of them, for instance, began to erect a fence at the borders. It was as we have completely forgotten the history in which Slovenians were turned into refugees with every major conflict, not to mention wars. In the town where I live, there are many descendants of refugees from the coastal region who fled fascism after the First World War. My grandmother was a fugitive from the coastal region. My other grandparents found themselves on the forced eviction transport at the beginning of the Second World War. There is hardly a person without a refugee story in their family. However, these stories are far removed. They are over 80 years old. But there is a question: who will tell these stories? Who preserves them? Who has the treasure trove of memories, documents, testimonies? Who can we turn to in order to revive them? Who knows the numbers? And who can tell the horrors that war and what leads to it bring? Who can tell us what evil could happen when we give the speaker and power to the people who would first kill with words and then use weapons? All this just because people are of different colors, faith, beliefs. And now there is a question: who will tell this story? I say museums will. Today my media outlet entered into an alliance with the Museum of National Liberation in Maribor. The museum warns us when they sense the trends that can today easily be labeled as neo-Nazi, far-right, xenophobic, racist, and when different groups try to amend the historical truth. And believe me, there is a lot of that. As an example, there was an initiative on the City Council's agenda a few days ago to erect a monument to the right-hand man of the former Slovenian Quisling leader, with the excuse that he is a forgotten giant of literature. In our city, thanks mainly to the museum and an extensive coverage in my media outlet, we successfully prevented the concert of the pro-Ustasha musician Thompson. Together, we reminded the people of Maribor that in the Ustasha extermination camps, our citizens were being executed in horrible ways. Among them, there were many Maribor priests. The museum explanation was crucial for the city decision-makers who were able to stop the neo-fascist initiative on the basis of historical facts and the loud revolt of open-minded Maribor. Attempts by far-right forces to rewrite history have been emerging in Slovenia for years. A neo-Nazi organization, for example, has been granted the status of an organization of special public interest. The government-linked so-called media spew hatred daily towards anybody who opposes the government policy, which increasingly resembles the undemocratic regimes of Eastern Europe. Fortunately, only verbal attacks on the media and journalists have been taking place, for now. There is a growing feeling that Europe is slowly but steadily returning to its darkest period. And now, if you ask me where the current and future role of museum is, I can easily answer you. Go ahead and straighten your work. Be visible, be provocative, work with young people. Uroš was telling the story about young people. Find allies in the media that you feel are worthy of your trust and trust of the public. Above all, also with our help, step out of your comfort zone and hit actively and clearly, without fear. You have the arguments, historical facts. You have documents, photographs, movies. You are the ones who can show perfectly clear where populism is leading society, what is hatred, what is the falsification of history. You have the weapon that cannot be defeated. Open the depots, prepare exhibitions, be loud. Work with young people who don't have historical memory like us. Educate, collaborate with schools. And shock. Take a step further than you originally planned. Most of you, I'm sure you are already doing this, but it seems to me that we are all underestimating the destructive forces that are entering our countries through open doors. And not to forget, the public generally sees museums as a good thing, which is important as they provide the audience. And of course, you have fascinating high quality material, and you have a special role when it comes to the visual power. In my experience, museum workers are passionate, informed, and creative. And all these can be used. At the same time, it is clear that you have an increasingly difficult job in this confusing digital world, where the production of cultural content has increased tremendously. Many of these new providers excel in promoting their content, often having larger budgets than museums. They can be faster and more efficient. But to be honest, I'm not worried. You can be better than that. Just activate your social role. Too often, we are witnessing educated, professional, trained and data-equipped people in such institutions being silent in the face of social anomalies. In our country, representatives of the Academy of Sciences and Art, university professors, people from institutions where we would expect to be loud have been silent for a long time. This is where I see the essential task for museums. In the time of populism, manipulation and falsification of history calls for loud museums and brave museum workers who will not be afraid to take a step forward and be bold about it, and who must not forget that they have an ally in equally courageous and ethical journalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rok. You can join me or join us now. Thank you very much. Just a quick question for you, since we still have some time, although you said that Uroš stole your time from you. Yeah, Rok is a known joker, so don't take him too seriously. Would you rather work at the museum or as a journalist?
Of course, as a journalist, but as I told in my essay, I really think that this alliance between museums and journalism or media outlets are really crucial.
Yes.
Because if we work together, we are stronger, and as I told you, in this world of confusion, of fake news and falsification of history, I think that this combination between medias and museums are really important.
So that is why you combine museologist and journalist in one person.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. We are going to see and hear from our keynote speaker for today. Joining us is Armando Perla. I hope you can hear us. First of all, I would like to wish you a happy birthday. If I remembered correctly, you celebrated yesterday. Never mind, it's not too late for best wishes from Slovenia, and I believe all the museologists that are following us around the world. Let me tell you something about Armando, which we are very happy and honored to have with us today. He is a museum professional, independent consultant and doctoral student researching the impacts of institutional racism in the museum sector. He is a part of the founding team in the new Rörelsnas Museum, I hope I said it correctly, or Swedish Museum of Migration and Democracy, in development in the city of Malmö, Sweden. He was also part of the founding team in the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, where he was a curator for almost 10 years. And I could go on and on. Your biography is really very interesting. But let's not lose time on just what you do. We would really like to hear what you have to say today on subalternity as curatorial practice. Welcome, Armando, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I would like to start by thanking everyone who's presented until now. I think the presentations have been fantastic. They really set the ground as well for me to start talking. And I think Brock as well asked the question, who gets to tell the stories, right? And he says that it will be museums. So they also asked the question, who gets to tell the stories within these museums? Because I think that's also important, and how we also get to tell the stories. So my presentation is going to focus a little bit on who gets to tell the stories and why we also get to tell the stories. So I always start with the personal, and so I want to start by showing you these beautiful pictures, which is, they're photos from El Salvador, which is where I was born and raised. So it is, basically paradise. It's a beautiful country, really nice weather, no winters, like here in Canada or Northern Europe, where I've been for quite a few years as well. So you would ask yourself, right, like, why would someone want to leave some, like a paradise place like this? Well, things aren't, as always, that easy. So El Salvador was also engulfed in a civil war from 1980 to 1992, where, according to the Truth Commission, there were over 70,000 deaths. There was lots of people who ended up becoming refugees or displaced by the war, internally displaced, but also refugees and asylum seekers. 25% of the population during the war became refugees, right? So here you see all these photos as well of, child soldiers, of, refugee camps, everything that also sort of struck the country. That's not the only issue that we've encountered, right? Because also part of that same conflict that was caused because of extreme inequalities that are based in colonial legacies, from arrival of Europeans to the Americas, the extraction of resources, the exploitation, the taking of the land from indigenous people, and the exploitation of that same land by enslaved people, is what also created all the structures of inequality and oppression that led to the war from 1980 to 1992. Also during the war, like I said, over 25% of the population became forced migrants, most of them going to the US, but we also had large numbers of Salvadoran exiles going to, for example, Australia, New Zealand, Northern Europe. Sweden was one of the countries that received this, so quite a large number of Salvadorans, and also Canada. But most of the people who left El Salvador left for the US. During this time, the US did not recognize these people who were arriving as asylum seekers, asking to be recognized as refugees as such. And this was because if the United States would have recognized that these people were refugees, that they were coming from a government that was violating their human rights, that would have been also admitting that they were financing these governments that were violating human rights. And if they would have done that, they would have had to stop sending all of this aid that they were sending to the region, right? So they were training militaries, they were like supplying resources for, people to buy weapons, like all kinds of like different things. So they were financing one side of the conflict, the armed conflict in El Salvador, which is why they did not recognize refugees. Like I said, this also created another issue, which is the fact that many of the youth that arrived in the US undocumentedly and that were not recognized as refugees, had no access to education systems, to all of the rights that come with, permanent residency or with citizenship. So many of them became engulfed as well. They became engaged in the organized crimes in the United States, particularly in Los Angeles. It was in Los Angeles where most of the Salvadoran diaspora arrived in the United States, although there are also other populations in the US, but the main sort of cohort has stayed within LA. So in LA, like I said, a lot of these youth became sort of part of this organized crime, right? And after the peace agreements were signed in El Salvador, I mean, of course, like peace did not arrive in the region, but the United States also saw this as an opportunity to start deporting a lot of these people who were undocumentedly in the country. So they started sending back a lot of these people who had been engaged in organized crime and sent them back to El Salvador, which it's the origin of the gangs and the gang violence that we're seeing today in the post-war. So today, for instance, in El Salvador, there are more people dying in these days than there were during the war. So it has become such a violent country, right? But and a lot of this violence has pushed people, back to the United States and asking for asylum and safety. Of course, the United States, looks at this and says, well, this is a problem that has been created there. This is a problem that it's got nothing to do with it. But as I've explained, that is actually not the case. A lot of this has been created by the United States intervention in the region, not only in El Salvador, but also all around Central America. So, at the same time, there is also, on top of this violence that we've seen during the violence of the war, the violence of the post-war, there is also a violence that has been steady all throughout the war and also in the post-war and before the war against LGBTQ populations. So this is, again, these are photos from different reports made by International Human Rights Organization, research institutes as well, different universities, talking about the unsafety and the violence that LGBTQ population face in El Salvador, even today, right? So every day I live in fear. So there's a lot of violence and a lot of killings of LGBTQ population that is still happening. Today here you can see some of those photos, particularly the trans population, it is the target. And like I said, during the war, the LGBTQ population was targeted by both sides. So by the government, but also by the guerrillas, right? And they were caught sort of in the middle of all of this. And today it's the same. LGBTQ population faces violence from every level in our society. So this is also why I left, because I am also part of this community. And so I ended up going to Canada and asking to be recognized as a refugee. So I was recognized as a refugee. And so all of this knowledge, it's interesting because like I also don't want to just leave the impression of the negative and the sort of like the horrors and the violence, right? Because it is also a region that is full of culture, it's full of beauty, it's people, it's they're amazing. So here also some of those images. But how do we make sure that we can tell these stories in a more nuanced and more complex way, right? Which is kind of like that question again, who gets to tell the story and how we tell the story. So I am able to sort of like unpack all of these differences in the story of, sort of like the history of El Salvador and all of these different waves of migration, but also conflict and violence against LGBTQ people, because I have lived all through all those different aspects of life in El Salvador, one could say. But usually what we see in exhibitions that have to deal with, and I'm not saying always, but sometimes, most of the time, what we see in exhibitions that are about, and I say about very clearly, not with, but about refugees or asylum seekers or migrants, it is that one side, right? Like the side of the horror. We don't see the agency, or we don't see sort of all those other aspects of who a forced migrant is, all of these aspects of, being wholesome human beings. So we tend to forget some of those. So in my work, I've seen that, or this, particular type of knowledge that I have acquired because of my particular life experience as a form of subaltern knowledge, right? And I think Sarah also talked about museums sometimes creating spaces or subaltern spaces. But I think also subalternity can be a very potent force, and it gives you also a critical knowledge. For example, the things that I have experienced because of my life path or my pathway are things that are probably not known by the ruling class, right? So all of this knowledge becomes sort of that critical edge, sort of like an advantage in a way, in a sense, on different ways of looking and seeing the world, and looking particularly at this type of stories. So this is something that, I mean, it has been talked by many different, of course, thinkers around the world. I mean, some people call it subalternity, some people call it le droit à l'opacité, for example. If we talk about Edouard Glissant, subalternity as, you know, Spivak, the colonial wound, if we want to talk about, you know, sort of like the colonial, you know, way of thinking. So it's all different kinds of like things that, you know, sort of like, or different thinkers that have sort of framed this knowledge in different ways as well. But I want to talk about here, for example, of feminism, and I want to talk in particularly about Sandra Harding and how she sees also this type of knowledge, right? So Sandra Harding argues that taking the social location of the subaltern as a starting point in research processes can grant access to a type of knowledge that might be invisible to the ruling groups of our society. So just what I said before. However, this knowledge is needed in order to see dominant conceptual projects through a critical and more rigorous lens, she explains. And so this is interesting and this is important, right? Because a lot of the times we talk in museums about we need to be rigorous, which is why we need to be neutral. And we've seen, you know, like from all your presentations, of course, and like we all know that museums are neutral, but sometimes we use this idea of neutrality to mask and to sort of exclude these other voices that come from subalternity. So, for example, Harding explains, institutionalized power imbalances keep starting off from the lives of those who least benefit from such imbalances, a critical edge for generating theoretically and empirical, more accurate and comprehensive accounts. Feminist accounts of marital rape, sexual harassment, women's double day of work, or women's different and valuable forms of moral reason are capable of conceptualizing phenomena that were therefore invisible because they start off from outside the dominant paradigms and conceptual schemes. So this is exactly what I was talking about. But how do we use this knowledge? How do we use this subalternity then in museum work, right? Or in any other type of work? And I also remember Sarah speaking about how we need to prioritize sort of these voices in processes. So because I was trained, not as a museum professional, but I was trained as a lawyer and I specialize in international human rights law, I have used and I've been using for a long time the human rights-based approach. So the human rights-based approach, according to the common understanding among different United Nations agencies, it is a conceptual framework for the process of human development that is normatively based on international human rights standards and operationally directed to promoting and protecting human rights. It seeks to analyze inequalities which lie at the heart of development problems and redress discriminatory practices and unjust distributions of power that impede development progress and often result in groups of people being left behind. So I think this is also particularly interesting and important for us as museum professionals because we often talk about some of these groups being left behind from this decision-making tables, right? So when are we making exhibitions, programs, when we are building collections, oftentimes there are large groups of people who get excluded from these processes, right? And so what the human rights-based approach actually is trying to do is to bring these people and prioritize them to be part of these processes that directly affect their lives, which again goes in relation to some of those presentations we listened to earlier. So the human rights-based approach promotes empowering people, especially the most marginalized, to participate in all processes and phases of a project and to hold accountable those who have a duty to act. So this is exactly what I was talking about. And we talk about to hold accountable those who have a duty to act, then we also talking about institutions. So for example, museums. And this is something, again, like it's interesting because I also heard, you know, like a few times in presentations when people talk about why we do this type of work in museums. Why are we thinking of including sort of the other or the voices of the other in these processes, right? And well, we are looking at including them because we're trying to repair historical injustices and the unequal distribution of powers, but also because museums have a responsibility, they have legal obligations. If, of course, museums are receiving public funding, for example, which I think in most cases they do, they do have a responsibility to be able to provide this. So there are obligations as well that museums, right? Like, it is not because the museum is benevolent that we're going to engage with historically marginalized groups and communities and let them take part in the processes. It's not because we're good. This is not charity, right? And that's a really good and interesting difference to make, that there are legal obligations. So charity versus a legal obligation. So no needs-based approach, but more of a human rights-based approach. So that's the difference. And so how do, again, like I asked the question earlier, but how do we use all of this in museum practice? So I worked for probably about 10 years in the human rights world before I switched to the museum sector. And when I came into the museum sector, I sort of brought that methodology and that knowledge of human rights work into my practice. And so I have been using that as the basis of my curatorial work, but not just the curatorial work, but also quite a lot of different work that I do in museum programming or, you know, museum or building or collection building, sorry. Through that, I also came to develop, I guess, in practice, sort of the practice of what was also being developed at the time by some academics and being co-termed and called as human rights museology. Although my definition of human rights museology, which you can see here on your screen, is much more based on the practice and is much more based on a practice from below. So I understand human rights museology as a type of museology from below, a set of museum practices and corresponding body of theory that aim to further human rights through the prioritization and participation of historically excluded voices in all museum processes that directly affect them. Human rights museology goes beyond using codified articulations of human rights and includes anti-oppression, anti-racism, decolonization, and indigenization as the tenets of museum work. So yeah, as you can see, I have also used the human rights-based approach to help me in developing this definition of human rights museology. So at the core, I do have that, but because also human rights are not a critical discipline that doesn't look at sometimes the dynamics of racism, exclusion, oppression, and all of that, I also believe that it is important to complement human rights museology with this aspect as well, so we can have a fuller way of, and more complete and comprehensive way of working. So I will give now some practical examples of how this type of curatorial approach or sort of curatorial practice can take place. And so this is the first museum where I work. So this is the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. And I joined this project in a very, very early stages of the process. When I moved to Winnipeg, I wasn't living in Sweden actually, and I moved back to Canada. And this project was just a parking lot. And this was a museum that was quite historic at the time when it was being built. So I started in early 2010 to work in this project, and it was the first national museum to be built outside of the national region of Ottawa in Canada. It was also the first national museum to be built in the country in the last 50 years, and it was a mega project, right, about human rights. And a lot of people had a lot of criticisms about this project, which, you know, were also very valid. But yeah, so when the museum started working, what was interesting about this project is that they were not looking for curators who had been trained in traditional museum disciplines. So they were actually looking at bringing people with human rights experience and with lived experience in human rights. So I thought that was actually something quite interesting, and that's how I got interested in being part of this project. So I went back and I, you know, was part of the team developing the museum that opened the museum, all of the permanent galleries. But I also got to work and develop a few other projects, and a lot of these projects had to do, well, a lot of the projects had to do with making law into exhibitions and making it accessible for children, but for all visitors, right? And particularly human rights law, Canadian law, both the civil common law, but also the British common law systems, and also Indigenous law, and sort of making them into exhibitions that were accessible. But also at the same time, I started to become engaged in working with a lot of different communities, particularly communities that had been historically marginalized in the past. And this, allowed me to work with, for example, a lot of refugee and forced migrant communities. Those were not the only communities I was working with, but today I will focus on the work that I did with a few of these communities. So, for example, as you, I'm pretty sure, are aware, the Rohingya community is facing a genocide in Burma. So since 2017, the violence has actually really been increasing in the region, and this has forced over 1 million people having to flee the country and go into refugee camps in Bangladesh. So this has created the largest refugee camp in the world. So the Rohingya community started arriving in Canada in the early 90s, and they have continued to come here steadily because, as you are well aware, the violence and the persecution goes back for decades and decades of years. So something that, like I said, when the violence, increased during the 2017 attacks, what happened when, the refugee camp started to become really populated, what happened as well is that the community became very, much more active and they were always active and engaged, but they became much more engaged at the time because they felt the activism was really needed here in Canada. And they felt that Canada could also put pressure internationally on the Burmese government as well. So they were looking for the Canadian government to take a stand and to also call this genocide clearly like that. So one of the things, as well as you also may know, is that Aung San Suu Kyi, which now it's back in house arrest, but it is that Aung San Suu Kyi had been really recognized as a human rights icon, right? Like, it had done all of this. Well, she was also a political prisoner, just like Nelson Mandela, and she had this really sort of like aura of being this sort of like beacon of hope for the country, right? So when she was released, and then she was also, when she became part of the government, there was a lot of hope. However, the Rohingya did not see any improvement in their condition. And during the genocide and during the persecutions, increase of the violence, Aung San Suu Kyi did not recognize what was happening to the Rohingya, and also became, she started to deny what was happening, right? So she went from being this, human rights icon to sort of like going to the opposite end. And this caused quite a lot of international reactions as well. Some big organizations removed the awards that, had granted her. There was all kinds of things happening. So Aung San Suu Kyi was also featured in the museum as a human rights icon, right? Like, as like I said, many people had done before. She had honorary Canadian citizenship, which is a big honor that the Canadian government gives to human rights defenders. She had, like the Nobel Peace Prize, like all of these things, right? So she was featured as a human rights defender in the museum, in the Human Rights Museum. There were also Rohingya communities and Rohingya families living in Winnipeg, which is the city where the museum was built. So what happened is that when the community started to come into the museum and started to see the photo, the image of Aung San Suu Kyi represented as a human rights hero, they felt betrayed. They felt that this was a slap on their face because of everything that was happening. So they reached out to the museum and they started to ask for the museum to remove and to address this fault, right? Having Aung San Suu Kyi represented in the museum. The museum, we started meeting with the community quite often, and we started to sort of like talk about what could be done. And I think here's where it comes that question again of who gets to tell the stories within the museums, because the museum, and this is something that the museum has done a lot of the times, is that they listen to a community, but then they go and they make unilateral decisions. So what happened is that the museum decided that to address the concerns that the community was bringing, that they were going to build an exhibition, and that the exhibition was going to use the photography of, or the work of Canadian photographer whose name is Kevin Freyer. Kevin Freyer won the Time Photographer of the Year award because of his coverage of the Rohingya exodus going to Bangladesh. And this is one of his images, what you're seeing here right now. So one of the things that I became really concerned when this project came to the curatorial team is that I was looking at the images and I saw, yes, very powerful images, but also images that only focus on the victimization of refugees. So I was not looking agency. I was not looking, and this is something that happens quite often when we talk about stories of forced migrants, and I think I've said it already, but it's that we tend to like focus on the victim, on the suffering. And there is almost this aspect of the exploitation of this pornography of suffering that we see, right, in exhibitions. And so I felt that these images were sort of a continuation of that. And so I, because of my own experience as a refugee and as an asylum seeker, I know what it is to be reduced to only one moment of your history, one moment of your life, which, you know, yes, in a lot of ways it defines who you are, but it is not the only thing that defines who you are. And so I was concerned about this, like I was with many of the exhibitions, like I said, that I work with at the museum. And so I became the curator for this exhibition because I volunteered, because of, you know, the concerns that I had, and I started traveling all across the country. So I started traveling to meet all those different Rohingya communities in different cities across Canada. And one of the first things that, of course, I would do and I would ask is, it was like, well, I would normally ask like if they would like their story to be told, right? But in this case, I knew that they wanted the story to be told. So I asked how they wanted the story to be told. And I brought the photos, some of the images from the photographer that the museum had already chosen. And I wanted to hear their reaction. So what they started to tell me was that they liked the images, that they were very powerful, but they only represented, again, one moment of their life. And they felt that while these images were really important for people and visitors to the museum to see, that they also needed people to know that they were also wholesome human beings, that they were a people, that they had built mosques, markets, cities, and Burma, and that now were being destroyed and taken from them. So they wanted them to see their culture, their poetry, their music, their textiles, all of these things. They also wanted them. They wanted people to see. They didn't want them to see them only as this, like in this image, right? Like only as victims fleeing the violence. They also wanted to see them as a community. So we started to talk and to sort of like think and to try to imagine how this could happen, right? So we started to meet, and here are some of the images, right, of the work that I was doing across the country with the community. And so we started to think how we can make an exhibition that isn't about, you know, their Rohingya experience, but it is done with the Rohingya community in Canada. And part of this is we started talking about an oral history project that will be also part of the exhibition. So we started to sort of like craft this project and how we could do it. So we form a curatorial committee as well from the community that sort of took a leadership role in the development of this exhibition. So here you can see some of those members from the curatorial committee, Raiz and Yasmin, and here in these images who were like really key. So for the oral history project, for example, because this is a way to bring those voices and to give context to those photos, because unfortunately the museum wasn't willing to change the photographer. The community asked, you know, if they could actually, because the photographer didn't have any relations with the community either. So it was just someone who jumped into a plane with all the privilege in the world and started taking photos of the community, right? Without really engaging and having a relationship with them before. So the community asked if they could use another photographer that they had been working with in the past, but the museum was not willing to do that. So we had to come up with strategies in how to sort of like make sure that these photos were going to be contextualized. So that oral history project served as a guide for us to do that, right? And as a way to bring those content and those perspectives into this exhibition. So here you can see, for example, it was the community who chose the people who were going to be interviewed. It was the community who, together with me, developed the questionnaire So the questions that we were asking decided on the themes. They were the ones who went and meet with all community members to talk about the project, to explain the project, what it meant, what it was, why or not, they should be involved. All of these things really were being led by the community. We also were able to remunerate them for their work, because we also didn't want to just go and extract this labor from the community and sort of like take it and benefit of the museum, because this is also what happens all the time, right? For example, we as museum professionals, we get salaries, we get paid to do this work. Museums, sometimes they get entrance fee, because they're telling the stories, because they're using these stories, right? And so it becomes an economical benefit. The community does not receive anything in return. The community gives all the stories and gives the material and is extracted. The museum extracts sort of this knowledge, but it doesn't give back. So we also thought about how we can sort of like try not to repeat sort of these patterns, right? So the community was developing all of these exhibitions and working, and also, like I said, being remunerated for their work. So another part of this exhibition that was really important. It was also that community building, right? Like and trust building. So because like I also believe some of the speakers said in the past, it takes time to build trust with communities, and a lot of communities do not trust museums because of very horrible experiences that they've had in the past. So it took a while as well to build this relationship of trust. But again, because, for example, in my instance, as a former refugee and as a former asylum seeker, I do also have ways in which the community knows that I understand at certain level some of their experiences as well, and we can connect through that, right? So it becomes easier as well in different ways. And also, when we were traveling all across the country, we also took that opportunity to build relations. We went to so many barbecues, community barbecues, to meet people, to talk to, have delicious food. I believe food is so important when we're building exhibitions, because it brings us around, it gathers us, and it allows us to talk and to connect as well through food. So food was always present, like I said, barbecues, all of this work. Something that is also important to say, while we were doing all of this, because we were gathering and collecting all those oral histories that were going to be part of the exhibition, and is that the community was also, and a lot of the times, doing the interviews themselves. So it wasn't just me or other museum professionals doing the interviews. We really wanted this exhibition to be, developed by the community. And so here you can see images of that as well. And so all that sort of knowledge that came through the oral histories also helped us shape the curatorial approach. So I always left it quite flexible. So new themes and topics that would come up during the interviews, then that we would be able to include. What is great about oral history projects is that it allows you to dig deeper, right? Because, for example, sometimes when you meet with communities, what you will face usually is the top layer, right? Is the leadership of the community, and sometimes that's just men. So, but when you start going into these oral history projects, you get to meet with women, youth, members of the LGBTQ population within the community, so you can get other perspectives. And so that's why I leave the curatorial approach open, so we can include these messages and the things that are important to them in there. So for instance, in here, in some cities, the interviewees kept talking about the relevance of family separation, for example, and the impacts that family separation had on them. Some members, having to stay back in Bangladesh, while some of them could make it into Canada. And so we included those things. And for some other, interviewees in other cities and in other communities, the importance was about community, and how the Rohingya community here in Canada have really helped them during the integration process. And so I remember interviewing a 15-year-old boy and telling me, one day I hope that people can Google the word Rohingya, and what they will find is not all of these images of us fleeing the country, but they could see images of us as community. Because when I think of Rohingya, I said, I don't think of those images. I think of community parties. I think about people smiling and being happy. And I would like people to also be able to see that. So that's kind of, like I said, how we use that oral history project. And then here you can see now some of the images in the gallery, right? Which I believe it's still in the museum. So some of the things as well with the curatorial committee that we developed is that the curatorial committee, for example, I removed myself from selecting the images that were going to be presented in the show as the curator. And so I led the curatorial community to choose the images that they wanted to present. And also I asked them when they were choosing to please tell me why those images spoke to them. So for example, what you're looking here on the screen is one of those images, and on the left you see the words that come from one of those curatorial committee members who were part of the community and why this photo was important to them. And this was also so the images were projected as was the text, so they kept changing, so they kept rotating, so you could see different images and different texts as well. So these are images of the exhibition. So what's interesting in here too is because as we've talked as well about being aware of power dynamics inside of museums, one of the things that was difficult was to convince the museum to really let the community take complete control, right? Because I also ended up leaving, it was during the middle of this project that I went back to Sweden to work in that other project. And so I was, the second half of this project, I wasn't physically present in Canada, so I was working virtually and then going back and forth and working with the community, but it wasn't the same because I wasn't inside of the museum. And a lot of the work that I did at the museum was that advocacy work inside of the museum on behalf of the communities. So not having me there, it also impacted sort of the end result, because as you can see, the big focus of the exhibition is the photos that are from someone who is not part of the community. And the community also had photos themselves. They say, we've taken so many photos within the refugee camps or, at home or with our communities. We would love to see those images as being part of the exhibition. We were able to include them as well. But as you can see here, like I said, the focal point is the black and white images. And that was not completely what the community wanted, but again, our relations in museums always affect that. So those are also some other angles from the exhibition. You can see on this photo, on this image on the right, that there is a corner on the end there on the back, and I'll talk about it because that's the corner where most of the content that was developed by the community was put in that part of the exhibition. But here also wanted to show you, for example, difference between the images of the photojournalists and the images that were taken by the community. So the left one, of course, are the ones from the photojournalists. They're black and white. They're very much about the victimization of people. And then on the right, you see the photos that were taken by the community. And they're they're in color. They're about children. They're about agency. They're playing. It's quite a stark contrast between the two approaches, right? And so which approach do you privilege within the museum? And that is the question that I also want to leave with you in there. So this is the corner that I said that we had. So this is all of the original content that we developed with the community. And so we use artificial intelligence as well as a device to sort of talk about. So here you can see the images of the community, but also with this sort of AI sort of thing. It's like, for example, people would ask questions and from the device, and then the device will give you answers based from the oral histories that we had developed. So the answers came from the community themselves as well. So it was very popular, and what was really funny is that when we opened the exhibition, people immediately just went through all of the black and white photos, and they all went to gather in this area where the community had developed the content, right? People really wanted that. And also the event, the opening event, it was all, coordinated and organized by the community. So that curatorial committee that I work with sort of morphed and transformed into a programming committee as well. So they are the ones who, decided on all the types of events that were going to go around the exhibition that were going to happen in partnership with the exhibition. And for the opening, the event of the opening was quite amazing because the only person who didn't belong to the community who spoke during the event was the CEO of the museum. I, as the curator or co-curator, as I would call myself, didn't even speak in here. So it was really the community, who spoke and who talked about. We had recitals, we had music, we had the children from the community doing theater plays, all of these things. And it really showed because the people who attended it were quite moved. And like I said, they just went immediately to see the part that the community had developed. And you can see here many of the community children being part of the exhibition. So that's my first example. Another example I also wanted to talk about is the example that is actually outside of North America, and it is in Colombia in South America. And now I will talk about as well some of these other examples outside of North America, because I also believe that there is quite groundbreaking work taking place, in particularly in Latin America when it comes to this type of curatorships as well. So this is the Museum Casa de la Memoria in Medellin. I've also been very privileged to be able to work with this museum and to support the work that they do, particularly in this exhibition as well. And this exhibition, it's rupture and I guess it would be like translated as ruptures and uprootings, and it is an exhibition about internal displacement. So Colombia, it's another country like El Salvador that has faced many challenges and many issues, right? And there is an armed conflict that is still ongoing that started in the 1960s. So it's one of the longest ongoing conflicts in the world. It has produced over 220,000 deaths, over 5 million internally displaced people, which makes Colombia, having the second largest population of IDPs in the world. So IDPs is also a different category, right? Because as you know, there are not as many legal protections in international human rights law that can protect IDPs. So they're not refugees because they haven't left, they haven't crossed international borders. And so there's a whole different way of looking at this, right? And looking at their situation and looking at their rights. So Colombia, it's a particularly interesting case because, like I said, it's like the second country with the largest population of IDPs in the world, and they've also been doing interesting work in this respect. So, for instance, Museum Casa de la Memoria in Medellin. I mean, and of course, the conflict here in Colombia is not only an armed conflict that it is fueled by the historical inequalities of different populations, but it's also a conflict that is fueled by the narco violence. So you also need to add another layer to this violence, right? That keeps pushing people out of their homes, being within the country or outside of the country. And within the country, we also need to think about those who cross city borders or provinces borders, but also the ones who don't. So, and this is particularly interesting because sometimes we don't also talk about this too much. And so this particular exhibition that Museum Casa de la Memoria did was with internally displaced people within the city of Medellin. So it's still within a city contained in there, but people have been pushed because of the violence and they have to change neighborhoods, right? And so this community that you're looking at here, it's a community that was displaced in Medellin, within the city of Medellin. The Museum Casa de la Memoria is a city museum as well, so they work within the city. And here you can see in the left photo, a team from the museum going down to the community, and then in the other photos, you can see some of those co-creation workshops with, these internally displaced people, developing, art mechanisms and workshops, talking about their experiences, their memories, to be able to develop that exhibition. So this exhibition was developed again in co-creation with this community who were making those decisions as well. So here it was a virtual exhibition. It opened last December, so almost a year ago. But you could see it online, and you could see here some of the screenshots. So you could also do tours of the community. You could see, what people were talking about. You could see some of the processes, the workshops as well within the videos. So yeah, that was really interesting. Also here, I just wanted to show you one of the panels because they are written in first person. And so that's also something really interesting, particularly in the theme of this panel, right? Which is museums are not neutral. So here you can see that there is one person talking. So there is no neutrality in here. And so it was important for us and for the museum to be able to do that. So giving that perspective from the internally displaced person. Also, the opening event. The opening event for this exhibition was all as well, you know, develop in partnership with the community. So here you can see again, you know, lots of music, right? Like music. I mean, the event was quite amazing. I had never really attended anything like this. I mean, it was in the middle of the pandemic, so there was a lot of limitations. But what is interesting is that the event lasted about 3 hours, which at least here in North America, we wouldn't do events that long because, you know, people like get tired or whatever. But in this case, what really amazed me is that the museum became sort of like a city hall. So the museum, because the museum became also a facilitator because it's a city museum, the museum gets to work with a lot of the different officials that are within the city who can actually bring change, right? Or who can sort of like take actions that might be needed by the community. So in this case, we had, I believe, like the Secretary of Peace, Culture or something, Social Integration, I believe, that were part of this opening together with, you know, the community members. So in here, for example, in the bottom left corner, you see someone who is from the Afro community within that internally displaced community that we talked about talking. And what is interesting is that they were talking directly to politicians and asking for things that the community needed to, you know, for things that the government needed to address within the community because they needed, like, you know, being like, you know, running water or like being all these things. So the museum becomes this space where, you know, people can come, communities can come and ask for change to be, you know, to be made, to take place. And so that was quite interesting to be able to witness and to see, because it is not something that, like I said, usually we see, at least in here in North America, as part of an opening of an exhibition. And it was quite transforming and eye-opening as well for me. So yeah, it was a beautiful opening and a really great exhibition that showed as well the commitment from the community to be there, to, you know, lead these activities and to put themselves in the forefront. Another example that I want to give you is also coming from Colombia. I believe Colombia does like a really great work in this respect. And I was also working in Colombia when I was actually putting this presentation. This is a presentation that I gave as well for a different conference. But and so I've collaborated as well in the past quite a lot with the National Museum of Historic Memory in Colombia. And who you're seeing here is Luis Carlos Manjarres, who is a curator. He was the curator of the National Museum of Historic Memory. Now he is the director of the Museum of Bogota, so the Museum of the city. And he is also someone who was internally displaced with his family in Colombia. So he had to flee the violence. And that experience has also impacted and affected him quite a lot. And he talks about also using this experience as the basis in a lot of the curatorial practice that he does, or his museum work. Something I guess I also wanted to say with the exhibition Museum Casa de la Memoria is that the point in here was as well that subaltern knowledge from this internally displaced community is what it's at the base of the development of this exhibition, right? So pretty much like in the case of Luis Carlos, like I was saying, his own personal experiences as well have shaped quite a lot of the work that he's done. So in here, we've seen him in front of an exhibition. It was the first exhibition by the National Museum of Historic Memory, which is called Voices to Transform Colombia. And it was a traveling exhibition. So this exhibition was going through different cities, and in different cities, it was collecting also different perspectives and different life experiences from the people who were in those cities. So it was also quite a controversial exhibition because in the middle of its existence, there was an election in Colombia. And so the government changed, and the government that took place is a government that is denying a lot of what has happened in the conflict. And so it really went from one extreme to the other, right? And this also shows how museums are not neutral, and how museums are also, you know, sometimes used by all of these political sort of entities, right, into furthering their own agendas. So what happened is that the government or the person who was put in charge of historic memory in Colombia started to strip away pieces, bits and pieces from this exhibition until it completely depoliticized it. And of course, they didn't make it neutral because it made it in favor of one, part of the country, right? And made it in favor of the government. But it also ended up, this whole situation ended up with the government removing the director of the museum and the whole team. So this is why Luis Carlos is no longer there. But all of this as well to go back and say that these are images from that exhibition, which, it was amazing. It really was amazing to see this exhibition travel across Colombia, to get, informant change and transform itself as well as it went, and as it, got and received more and more input from different voices. A lot of the work that Luis Carlos did in here as well, like you can see reflected in the type of talks that they were being given. Here in the bottom right corner, you can see a panel which, talks about all these LGBTQ experiences, which also Luis Carlos is part of. So, he also looks at these issues from an intersectional perspective, right? So it's not just internally displaced, but it's also the perspective of a gay man who has been internally displaced. And so that has also affected his practice. Like I said, this wall here, you can see sort of those margins of the margins, right? So where are those voices that are always left outside? And you can see that in this panel and in this exhibition here. So we also did a training program with the International Council of Museums, with the Secretariat and the National Museum of Historic Memory and ICOM Colombia, which brought together 30 different museum professionals from all across Latin America to Colombia. So we met in Cali. And what you see here on the left photo is Luis Carlos giving us a contention workshop. And we needed this contention workshop because as part of the workshop that we did for the museum professionals from Latin America is that we did a tour of an exhibition that was exhibited at the Museum of La Tertulia at the moment. So we were having the training at the Museum of La Tertulia, and this exhibition was exhibited there, so we made it part of the training. So when all the participants went through that space, and they saw again those images that were quite raw from the conflict, from the armed conflict in Colombia, and many of these people in Latin America have experienced similar situations, right, like dictatorships in their own countries. They really were touched and they felt that energy, on their shoulders. So everyone, when came out of that exhibition, had a big emotional load that they needed to release, right? And so Luis Carlos has been doing quite a lot of that work with the museum, particularly also coming from his own personal experiences. And so here he's doing a contention workshop, like I said, for all of us, so people could process what they had just seen. And many times that's also something, that it's important to stress, right? When we're talking and we show this type of content and these stories, and, I talk about that pornography of suffering, we can leave visitors with those loads, those emotional loads, particularly those visitors who have experience similar situations. So it is important as well to have those contentions methodologies right in place. In the image here on the right, you see again Luis Carlos also speaking at a conference that we attended in Oaxaca, Mexico, just before the pandemic. And he talks about making these museums a refuge place. Here you can see Los Museos como Refugio. And so he says that he wants to make sure that all of these people who have been internally displaced or, or who've worked as refugees, or sorry, not work, but who have also been made into refugees, that they can find those places of refuge within museum walls, those places that they could not find, at home, that they can find them in here, which is why he works in the way he does, being able to create these welcoming spaces in there. And my last example, just to finish my presentation as well, it is a museum that you wouldn't imagine is doing this type of work. And this is a children's museum. It is a science center. It's called Maloca Interactive Museum. It's also in Bogota. So after Luis Carlos, you know, sort of like I said, they were all removed from that team of the National Historic Memory. And before he became director of the Museum of Bogota, he went to work in this museum as well. So, and he went to work as a curator. This is a museum for children. This is a museum that is also located in a very affluent area in Bogota, but it is also located within 2 blocks of the bus terminal. So what happens in here is that, well, we'll talk a little bit about this, but what happens in here is that, well, Venezuela, Colombia has been experiencing quite a big migration flow coming from Venezuela because of all of the situation of what's happening in the country. So over 6 million, you know, people have left Venezuela because of what's happening right now, because of all the conflict. You know, like you've seen like the news, you've seen all the way that, you know, the repression is, you know, incremented over years, started in 2015, 2016, continues to increase. So since, you know, those moments, well, this has become the largest refugee crisis in the Americas, crisis within quotation marks. So here you can have some images of the Venezuelan Colombian borders. So there's thousands of people arriving to Colombia, right, which has become a reality, and it's changing the reality of the country. So in this image here in the bottom left corner, you can see a camp of asylum seekers within Bogota. And what this is a park that is in that neighborhood where the museum is. Because like I said, the bus terminal is within that neighborhood, is within 2 blocks of the museum, and that's where most of the migrants who come from Venezuela arrive, you know, when they come to Bogota. So there's all this camping. So all, and this, you know, what, like I said, was a very affluent area. Now people are fleeing the area, but you have all these new neighbors that are within that, you know, community now, right? And you have all these people who are changing the dynamics of how things happen. So this is what the museum saw, and so they decided to become engaged and involved as well in these issues, and they started to develop an exhibition that was going to be an exhibition about asylum seeking, the refugees as well coming from Venezuela, and internally displaced people in Colombia as well. Because if you're going to talk about all these issues about forced migration, you cannot just look at the outside, but you also need to look at your own context. So they wanted to do that. And that, again, came because of Luis Carlos, you know, has his own experience, and he was, you know, being the curator in there, and he was leading a lot of these processes. Some of the things, the first things that the museum did is that they hired someone from the community, someone who was internal, or someone who was, sorry, an asylum seeker and a migrant, a forced migrant in Colombia from Venezuela. And you can see here in the top left image, you can see Ruth, who is talking here about the work that she was doing at the time with the community children, with Venezuelan children, and all of the workshops that they were conducting to be able to develop the exhibition. So I was also very lucky to be able to participate as a consultant on this exhibition, and to exchange so much with, you know, like these amazing museum professionals that were really committed and really engaged into making this exhibition something that could be very meaningful. And meaningful for the different populations as well, right? And so in this exhibition, it was quite amazing because you had, you know, as a starting point for, you know, curatorial approaches, but also programming, you had experiences of Luis Carlos, of, you know, internally displaced migration. You had experiences of Ruth as, you know, someone who had been displaced from Venezuela, her own country, and, you know, doing an exhibition with people and not about people or for people. And then also you had as well my own experiences about also being an asylum seeker. So we had all of that, and we were able to develop something quite amazing. And here you can see, this is the exhibition, which is sort of like a labyrinth, right? Because it is for children. It had to be sort of like a journey, or in a way, a game, but I don't want to use the word game because I feel that also trivializes experiences asylum seekers, refugees, internally displaced people. So we had hours and hours and hours of discussions about how to make this ethically and how to not, again, just be extractivist and use the suffering of people to create an exhibition that was only going to benefit the museum. So we, went from like how we represent the stories, how real they are, who gets to tell us what these journeys are. So the journeys were developed as well with, a lot of the different migrants in the workshops. But also we talked and we met, we had open discussions and forums where we invited neighbors, including, the new neighbors from the community. But also we had discussions about how to use other spaces in the museum. For example, the Christmas party for the museum was open to include a lot of the migrants who had arrived. It was a Venezuelan theme, so people could feel welcome. They could exchange, similarities and things like that. We also talked about using some of the labs, the co-creation labs that the museum has. So community people, from the migrant community could use them for their own benefits. So we talk about having meetings, for example, sometimes having to fill out forms, migration forms. So the museum started to talk about doing workshops on how to fill out those forms, because those forms are complicated, right, to fill out. And so sometimes you need help. So we started to talk about doing those types of workshops. Also creating apps based on their experiences. Like as students, they say, when we were students, we developed all these interactive maps or maps about where all the free things were in the neighborhood. So they started to talk about that as well with the community, with the migrants, and see what needs there were, so that they could also put them in all these types of things. So that is my last example. I think that's where I will finish, but that is kind of how I wanted to frame the talk today, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Armando. This was really very interesting, and we have a lot of questions. But before we start with our questions and answers session, we are going to take a short look at Slovenia. Hello, we are back again, starting with questions and answers session. I'm so excited because we have a lot of questions. So if you thought that you were working now, this is the hard part of your job today. First of all, we are going to start with a statement, or I would say, would it be globally looking better to say museums are not neutral, or museums cannot be, should not be neutral, or can't afford to be neutral? Maybe Armando and Sarah.
I don't know. Shall I start?
Yes, you can.
I really loved all the talks, and I think we are very much in tune. And it was great to have projects to go along with ideas, because projects means that the ideas are already in action. And about this question, I think because of all that we've listened today, even in the morning, I think we can't afford to be not net neutral. It's not really a choice. It's already a demand, because as our colleagues from the morning said, we are just trying to save what we have now. It's not about job as usual. It's about doing something for the future, as the future doesn't look so bright as we had it when we were children. It's really concerning. So the issue of museums being activists, which has been much talked, it really sets the goals for all of us, I think. And I hope this will be the big change of museums in the next decades. It's not about what we like to do or wish to do in our daily responsibilities as technical and professionals. It's about what needs to be done. I don't know, just maybe pass to Armando.
Thank you, yes. Armando, do you have
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, no, I think that's exactly it. And you know, when I think about like museums or this idea of museums being presented as neutral, like we've said it many times, like museums aren't neutral. When we advocate for neutrality, what we're doing is we're advocating to maintain the status quo. And so there is a group that is benefiting from the status quo. So we're going to continue to benefit the status quo if we keep saying that museums are neutral. Santiago Gomez Castro, who's a Colombian thinker, talks about the hubris of the 0 point, right? So this arrogance of the 0 point, and that we look at this 0 point as the starting sort of point, this point of neutrality, right? But what happens is that this 0 point is actually a 0 point that is seen as the default, which that default is white, it's male, it's cisgender, heterosexual, able-bodied. So it's sort of that colonial canon, right, that we see and we take as neutrality. That's where we start from, because that's how museum spaces are built and constructed. So if we aren't doing anything to sort of like counteract this, what we're doing is to continue to advance this idea. So we're not being neutral, we're still advancing something, right? Sandra Harding also, which, you know, I talked about, she talks about sort of what the Nazis did, right? Which they depolitized, they like completely like prevented any political dissent. So when you don't have any room for dissent, and when you like depoliticize this, it's not that you're making things neutral. You're just, again, furthering one aspect of things. So yeah, like I asked, you know, sort of again that question, right? Like, do museums want to keep upholding this 0 point, or this sort of like idea, this false idea of neutrality, right? That we could easily contest and challenge.
Okay, thank you very much. And connected to that question is it possible, we come from a country where museums are mostly state-financed or local government financed, and do you think it is possible for state-financed museums to be neutral, to not be neutral, to fight for democracy? How hard it is for them?
Can I will be brief, but this is really important question. If this state is a democracy, so everything that encompasses the idea of democracy is part of the the job of this museum and all institutions. So there's no point in asking if, because it's a government museum, if it's their job. It is, because we are following the goals of a government, and if the government is the Democrat, then this is a main goal. So I just say this because this shouldn't be a question. And actually, when we wrote the Porto Santo Charter, and my voice is the voice of many, we were all definitely looking for something, for a document that was legal, that could be signed by many as well, to defend democracy through culture. And for us, there was no doubt that museums, theaters, and all cultural institutions were a big force in this action. So, but as I said, it doesn't, we can't remain only with words. We need to act. So what Armando and other colleagues, Urus, showed today were actions that are really inspiring. That's, I think, it's the way.
Okay. Armando, do you have a thought on that? Because we know that
Yes.
not every country is a democratic country, so.
I have many thoughts about that, and that's funny because I mean I work pretty much in state museums, or you know, different levels of government museums, like city museums and like state, but there's no museum that is neutral, and there's no government that is neutral, right? So, and we know that because we as museum workers inside of those institutions, we have faced that pressure, you know, directly or indirectly. Like sometimes, you know, we're told face to face, you can't talk about that. You can't say those things. You know, in Canada, for example, we had so many like, you know, debates and questions, people quitting their jobs because we were not allowed to call what happened to Indigenous peoples here a genocide, right? Like the Indigenous residential schools. And I think now we've seen it all. It has come out throughout the news. It's been all over, right? But at the museum, at the Human Rights Museum, which is a national museum, we were not allowed to talk about that because we were building that museum also under a conservative government. We also were not allowed to talk about abortion. We were not talking about mining, because all of the, as you know, like Canadian mining companies are huge, right? So they also provide a lot of money to the government, to the environment. Those were things that we could not talk about in a human rights museum, which you think, you know, might be so, it's so contradictory, right? In Sweden, when we were working in that project, it was the worst that I had even experienced until then. Like we had politicians coming, you know, to our talks and then I would be told, you know, you can't really say human rights. You can't talk about human rights here because that is going to be identified with this political party, and you need to make sure that all political parties like you. So we had like, you know, voices here, like absolutely like not even trying to like, you know, pretend to be neutral. In Colombia, like this, you know, city museums, the same thing, right? Like, I think it's interesting that when you say like, you know, we don't have, you know, some countries aren't democratic. I don't think that actually makes a difference. Like, you know, governments will want to push further their agendas, and they've always seen museums as this instrument to be able to do that, because museums are trusted, museums are respected. So whatever we put out there, there is a responsibility that we have, because people will take us as being the truth, right? And governments know that, and they will use that as well in their favor.
Well, when you were talking about media, museum being a media, trusted media, would you agree with that, you as a journalist, Rok?
I was listening to the colleagues before, not my colleagues, for your colleagues, and it was an interesting thing. I would be the happiest people, the happiest man in this room if the museum were old, dusty, and not interesting, because that means that the things in society are okay, but we are way past that image of museum as dusty, boring, and everything else. And as my predecessor said, it's the world changed. So there is no way that the museum can behave like, I don't know, 20 or 30 years ago. The world is completely changed, and You know, if I want to do my job properly, I have to go beyond the red line. I have to speak loudly. I know the consequences. I know what will wait after I publish my article, my opinion, my thinking. And I think that the same is waiting, or it's happening to the museums or museum workers already, you know. But I'm not doing my job if I will not cross this red line.
Okay.
So I think that the museum workers will have to do the same, or they are doing already, of course.
And you were talking about the cooperation between journalism and museums, and do you use museums because you believe that the public trusts what museums say?
Yes, yes. I told in my essay that the museums are in the society are seen as a very good thing, you know, and you should use this power you have. You were asking about the founding, government founding, the local community founding. I think that, of course, you have always this in your mind when you're doing some projects which may make some noise in the politics, some noise in the local community, of course, but I think that we should forget about this. It's not a time to think about this, and just make a step forward, and you will see what happens. And I don't believe that the government or the local community will stop founding the museums. Okay. Because you will have the support of the public, like we in the media or journalists have. Mm-hmm. They expect from us that we make this step forward.
They might just change the directors or curators, isn't it true, Armando? Yeah. I have a question for Armando. I have a lot of questions for all of you, but let's start here. Do you think that working, co-curating in such museum projects, source communities, constitutes also a way of combating institutional structural racism, depending on the national or local context?
Yeah, I mean, yes, 100%, right? Like it is, like I said, that 0 point that has been constructed is a 0 point that assumes that the default of all the content that we present is shown from whiteness. And so what we do, again, like going back to this idea of neutrality, when we push forward for this idea of neutrality, what we're doing is that we are actually supporting white supremacist structures that have created museums, right? Museums are colonial structures that have all this colonial legacy, that have been created to cement colonial thought that is based on this false idea of race, right? And the supremacy of the white race above everyone else. So when we prioritize, when we decenter whiteness, when we prioritize these other voices in museum work, we are fighting against that structural racism. Of course, representation is not enough. We need structural change. We need to address those historical inequalities that exist within museum structures, and we need to have not only a seat at the table where these decisions are being made, but we also need to have the ability to decide and to direct projects. That's the only way that I think racism is going to be tackled in museums. It is not by representation, it is by sharing power and by allowing people to take, these roles of leadership within institutions.
Thank you very much. I have a comment. Thanks for introducing this topic. I think it is a very important topic and we should talk about it more and more. But there is a question for you. Perhaps can you suggest an author who deals with the term human rights museology?
Also for me, yes. So there is a few, and I would also invite you to look at these ones critically. But for example, there is Jennifer Carter here working from a very theoretical perspective on human rights museology. There's also Jennifer Orange, who've done these concepts together with her. But I said those are very much top-down definitions that center the institution and not human. So I've also written and published about human rights museology, but from a definition that centers communities and the human rather than the institution. Another place where to look at, which does not talk specifically about human rights museology, but I do consider that to be really good practices, is if you look at the United Nations independent, the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples, and particularly if you look at the last report that came out on October of last year, 2020, on the repatriation of human remains, sacred objects, and intangible heritage of indigenous peoples under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It's a very long name, but if you look at that report, you will also notice how they talk about using a human rights-based approach to advance museum work. So it is my opinion that they are furthering that vision of human rights museology, that it is from below, that it is from practice, and that it is centering also the voices of indigenous peoples in museum processes. So yeah, look at the work of the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples as well in that regard.
Thank you. A very similar question for Sara. The Porto Santo Charter framework seems to have strong connections to the new museum ethics theory, and especially Janet Marston's, I suppose, 3 ethical principles for museum moral agency: social responsibility, radical transparency, and shared guardianship. Was it an inspiration?
Not specifically this that is mentioned, but of course, all the movements that are related to social museology, they were definitely, and all that has been written and conventions, of course, we tried to gather all these experiences since the end of the Second World War until today, and grab them in a form that could make sense for today and for the future. Not just saying this model is not good because it's not updated, but really trying to get the best out of what has been done and not trying to do something completely new. That's no time for that. We should really use what has been done that is inspiring and create a new form based on these past experiences. So all new museology was definitely an inspiration for us too.
There was an interesting question for you as well, although I do in a way understand this Porto Santo Charter as some standards or guidelines, but there is a question: can we adopt joint cultural democracy standards or guidelines for museums? Do you think that we need that, or that would be useful?
I think a charter like this is a document that you can use to support your own missions or plans, and as well to support collective change and decision making. So regarding the Porto Santo Charter, we are going to gather now the group again, and the ones that wanted to subscribe the charter, and meaning government representatives, but as well citizens, and try to think practically about these measures and see how much can we evolve from them. And try to update the charter as well next year with issues that we found priorities and that were not developed or need to be added. So we will try to make, as a group, to make the charter alive, to make it a policy document that you can use. You can use for internal declarations and strategy, but as well to be influential, an influential document as well within communities to empower people too.
Great. We will definitely be in contact about that, because that would be very interesting.
Right.
Now let's go a little bit locally. Uroš, with his works, shows that local work can change the world, because all these children and young people that you are working with are going to grow up, and maybe they will lead countries and politics and economy and so on. And there is a question for you. First of all, congratulations on your amazing work. And then there is a question, do you approach only kids and young people, or is it also available for others? I suppose older people.
Yeah, whoever has given me this question, you poke me in the eye. Because I have this sort of a feeling that I'm not capable, or I'm not built up enough or feel comfortable enough to work with someone that is already sort of a set as an adult person. Like, I mean, it's your responsibility who you are now as an adult people. It's not up to me to change you. It's not up to me to give you new ways of thinking or so on. Even I am adopting those things from someone. But I think that children, students, pupils, they are way more open-minded than adults already are. So if someone is interesting, yes, I might go, I might do, but I think I would rather do this for teachers rather than just, you know, for regular visitors that would come into the museum. As observers, yes, but teachers are the ones, or curators from pedagogical field and so on, are the ones that are kind of pushing the knowledge forward. So I think they are the only groups of adults that I would feel comfortable to work with on this particular topic. The rest is, I mean, who am I to sort of judge? It's kids, it's children, it's pupils, it's students that I focus on, and I think there's a bright hope and for the bright future that lies within them. Adults, we have already done what can be seen.
Okay, I have a very interesting question for you. You obviously provoked someone with the toys that you were showing. Yeah. Would you forbid all toys that promote war? And could you promote this and support from your experience?
No, I wouldn't. It's, I mean, no, I wouldn't, because like the very similar thing applies to games, computer games, that you know, the first-person shooters, World of Warfare, and so on. I mean, if you're an adult person, if you're someone that has already sort of has its own mission about what is right, what is wrong, what I stand for, what I do, this is then you can play games. I mean, you can use those things. It's up to you who you are. Because, like, if I'm going to play a particular shooter, it's not going to make me a first-person or killer. It's going to be, you know, it's fingers, the way how fast I move them, the way how I scope, the way how I kind of, you know, use the scope on the gun and so on. So this is like video games thing. So with the toys, it's basically the same. Children, I think there is no place for guns. There is no reason why. But as soon as like you go higher and higher as far as the age goes, I think we can be open to this, because, you know, up to like when you're 16, 17, 18, you should know some things about what is wrong, what is life, what is the moral compass of your company, of your society, of your family and you. But when it comes to children, there is no place for gun or bomb or anything that harms anyone. So children, nah.
But maybe in a way you teach them, not prohibit some people. So what to do with arms? What do weapons do, and not hide it from them, just teach them?
Nah, but just be adult, don't buy it, that's it.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't buy it, don't give it to a child. I mean, you need to have a very good explanation. Look, this is a BB gun, you know, it shoots 45 bullets per minute, use it. No, it's up to you to give children a good example, not to use it. And like, ask your children, what does the bullet do? They will say fly. No, it doesn't, it kills.
Yeah, that's a good
The gun
one.
doesn't shoot, the gun kills. Ask them, and you will see the children will tell you, they shoot. No, guns shoot, bullets fly.
Okay.
No, they kill.
Let's go to a little bit to an easier question, I would say. That would be, no, it's a very good question actually, and an answer as well. And this is what museums should be here about as well. There's a question for all of you. How do we encourage citizens to get involved or participate in deciding about culture and heritage? Because it's easy to say that we want the public to participate, but is it easy to get them to participate? Sarah, maybe first. Ladies, go first.
Thank you. Well, there is this concept that I presented that was like a beacon for us. The idea of institutions, when institutions work mostly from the outside to the inside and transform themselves, this institution, into something else that we called institutions. So I think to work with this, you don't call this community, you don't invite people you don't know to come to your home. You first get to know them and find their interests, and then working with them, as Armando showed us so well, then you can really find the interests that are in common. And by this being, I spoke about building this common ground and then work with them. I'm sure that a lot of people are eager to help and they want to be involved with the museums, because museums, as we said before, are trusted institutions, are institutions that work for the common good. And there is a lot of people who want to work in this direction, but they don't feel invited to work in. They feel invited mostly to see the exhibitions, to maybe to participate in the workshops, and still they have the idea that workshops are for children. We have to break these ideas and come with them and work with them, as we told before, co-curating, discovering things together. You don't invite someone to your home if you don't know them. You have to get to know them first.
Thank you. Armando?
Yes, I think, yeah, exactly what, you've said, Sarah, but I think, yeah, it's a matter of relevance, right? Like if museums can make themselves relevant to communities or to people, to visitors, why would they come? Like, why would they get engaged? I think I heard somewhere that say, if the museum doesn't care about communities, what will communities care about the museum, right? And I think, it's exactly about us. It's exactly about inserting yourself sometimes, and I think museums do this all the time, like trying to insert themselves into the lives of communities without actually really knowing what the needs of the communities are and how museums can serve better these needs and how they can help communities fulfill these needs. I think it is key, right? Because it is not just about extracting from the communities or bringing communities because we want people to come into the museum, but it is about how can we make the museum be an institution that gives back, that transform, also together. And not, again, like trying to avoid this idea of like the museum is going to go into community and transform the lives of people, because that doesn't happen, right? But it is how can the museum be there to be a support and to be an ally and how people want to transform and change their own lives. I think that's what it is about, right? Because if we can provide those supports to communities, communities will appropriate those museum spaces, being inside or outside, like Sarah was saying, like be outside of the museum wall. Don't get limited to just exist within those, the white cube, right? Because communities are outside. So if communities are outside and we want people to come to us, we need to go first. And it's just like, I always use that example too, like, like the dating process, right? Like, just like Sarah said, getting to know people. We need to get to know each other so we can get to work and to think about long-term relations. So not just like dropping into communities or with people as, parachuting and they're disappearing, but creating long-lasting relations, because that's what's going to also keep those people coming.
Uroš, do you have a thought on that?
Yeah, I agree with what we've heard from both of you. I agree. I would just like to add up that I have always seen museums, or I see a museum, museums, plural, as sort of a safe house. as a safe hub for everyone. So because you have always left and rights, up and down, here and there, so different opinions. And I mean, if we want to respond to the communities, that means communities need to be accepted in the museum as a safe house, no matter their agenda. Because when you're safe in the museum, whoever you are, not as, you're safe in the museum in the sense of, come, we can talk, we can share, we can communicate, we can develop. You will not be labeled on the wall as a bad guy. But this is how I see museums, as a future generation hub of information and kind of a crossroads among cultures and ideas. So safe house for all of them. Come, we talk, we discuss, we make something common together.
Great, thank you. You as an outsider, insider, someone who doesn't work at the museum, what would it make you to become?
Now I remembered you said outsider. I know that you invited us from the outsiders into the museum to talk about how to engage local community, how to engage public into the museum projects, and we have a hell of a job. It was damn hard to think, to understand, to find the ways to the local community, to the public. It's partially the same problem as for the journalism. We sometimes don't listen. We don't listen, and we don't listen to the. As I mentioned, we have a bright and a dark Slovenia. We don't listen, especially the bright Slovenia. We just continue our work with our goals, with our opinion, and in many occasions we just don't listen, And when you invited us to think about the local community, it was very hard to find the appropriate or the correct answer, because I don't think it is, but we can try.
Yep.
And you are trying, and we are trying to listen.
Yeah. So we did some job, but COVID interrupted us.
Yes.
We have to continue, and tomorrow we are going to hear a perfect example of how a local community is really integrated in the work of the museum in Rijeka, Croatia, but we'll have to wait for that until tomorrow. Yes, I was unfair when I said that you are an outsider. You are actually an insider, since you are co-creating the future of our museum. Maybe one more question. Oh yeah, this one is for you, Armando, and for anyone else, of course, if you have any comment. You were talking about the influence on making an exhibition, the influence of the group of people that the exhibition is all about, that they should have on this exhibition. But what should a museum do if a group of people that the exhibition is about have one vision of what they want, and the audience disagrees? Just to tell you an example, the first time I was in Washington, I went to the Indian Museum, and I really liked the way they wanted to represent themselves through their stories, through their gastronomy and so on, through their legends. And the last time I was there, 2 or 3 years ago, I was completely disappointed, because the audience was not, this is not the museum that they expected and they wanted to see, and they changed it, not completely, but a part of it is changed from what the indigenous people in United States wanted this museum to be. So what happens then?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we need to also keep in mind is that histories are made from different perspectives, and we need to be able as museums to also welcome contradictory perspectives, right? So all of these different bits and pieces create a whole. And so we need to be able to include those different ones. And also, I think it's important when we're talking about people representing themselves, is that people are not representing whole communities or whole peoples, right? Like there are quite a lot of different divisions, and there's intersectionality within communities. So it is important to also understand, when you ask someone to talk about their own experiences, they can only talk about their own experience. They can't talk about on behalf of a whole community. And I think that is quite important. But like I said, if we can have different bits and pieces of all these perspectives on what make a bigger truth, I think that's what museums can provide. Museums can provide forums for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is very interesting actually that different groups do not, as you said, do not want to see themselves as victims. They want to show the other side, and somehow we as an audience expect that from exhibitions and from them. Well, we could probably go on, but our time is running out. Do you have any final thoughts, or do you have a question for one another? You can ask each other now. If not, maybe a final thought before the ending. Who will start? Maybe Sarah, ladies first again. Sarah, sorry, you're always...
I think I'm being punished. No, I'm kidding. Yes, there is an idea that I think is very important for this moment of change, when we really have to rethink what we do and why we do it and how we do it, which is the idea of plasticity. The idea that museums cannot be anymore this old buildings, that everything horizontal and vertical and done in the same way. And there were in these images, I think it was Fernando who showed this kids museum out from the outside. It was like a giant ball. The idea of plasticity of water, of something that can be changed, responding to times and responding to the ones that they serve, or better said, that they care for. So I think this is an issue that needs to be on the mind of museums at first. How can I change if I'm not flexible as an institution? To disinstitutionalize the museum is something that should be at first in our thoughts.
Great thought. Thank you, Sarah. Armando?
You know, I think very much in the same lines. I think it's, and I talked about it earlier, but it's how do we make museums relevant to people? I think to me, it's, you know, you talk, Sarah, as well about like social museology, but yeah, it's about going back to that. How can we make museums contribute to our societies? We're going through this whole debate, right? Again, about the definition of what a museum is, you know, and we had all of that in the discussions in Kyoto as well, but it's, why can't we let people and communities determine and define what they want the museum to be for them? And I think from that we can go on. I think that is my last thought.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Armando. Uroš?
Yeah, I would fully support one of the last statements. Museums must stay relevant, because if they don't, that means they will lose the other half. They will lose a lot of audience. And if the museum kind of functions as a sort of a safe house, you're welcome here with your ideas to be rethought, you know, reshaped, and we can think about the future together. Then they need to stay relevant, and the relevancy comes with non-violence. You cannot just go against someone, you're wrong. No, be respectful, show the non-violent way, it may come back.
That's why we love you, Uroš. And Rok?
Well, I will just say keep up the good work. I was really impressed today about your presentations, about your words, about your plans. Maybe we hear each other too many times. So I would like to, as I told Alexandra, just make an alliance with media, with ethical journalism, with brave journalism, and that is, from my point of view, is crucial in our relationship, you know.
Thank you. We are doing that, and we are going to do that in the future. Thank you all, the speakers, Armando, Sarah, Uroš, and Rok. You were great. You were very inspiring. I'm so happy I had you as my guest, and thank you for answering my emails and my invitations to this conference, because it's very important to have the best of the best talking to here today and tomorrow. I hope you have a great day or night or whatever. I don't. It depends on which part of the world you are. And see you tomorrow. To all of the participants, thank you for watching us today, to being with us, to asking questions and learning from good experience and bad as well, because we all there's also something to learn from bad experience. And see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Time. We start with Darko Babic, the ICOM Croatia president, and he's going to talk about Agenda 2030 and museums. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you.
These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing as sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the case bring back the heartache. I know how I miss the wine from the hills. Bonfires lit, pour me a drink, love. Let's dream away. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's no